Okay. All right. All right, thanks for joining us here on 9 News Plus. I'm meteorologist Chris Bianchi on the left. On the right, meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen out by the in the south side of the town. I think you're at the Southlands Mall there, Corey. Right now, just a lot of cloudy skies. I know we've been talking about this threat for severe weather for the last little while. An enhanced risk for Denver. First time we've seen that in almost 5 years here in the city and most of the metro area. Corey, so far though, we've seen a lot of cloudy skies and not a whole lot of development. Where do you think we stand in terms of this overall risk at this point?
Yeah, I don't think the risk has really changed much. Still a big concern just because of the ingredients. A lot of people are asking about the cloudy start, the overcast, drizzly, kind of flat gray clouds that we had over the Denver metro area and much of the Front Range this morning. That does stunt the development just a little bit, but not much because of the instability. So we have the ingredients at the surface, right? You see the moisture. That's just the moisture kind of manifesting itself kind of in a visual sense. So you know that's there. We're talking about some high humidity, a lot of water vapor in the air, dew points getting up into the 50-degree range, which is pretty unusual for the Front Range, and that just means there's a lot of energy. So that is there. We're also seeing the upslope flow. So I can feel it at my back, this cool breeze coming out of the northeast, pressing up against the Palmer Divide and the foothills. Now that is going to be able to get these storms initiated no matter how it doesn't have to be 70 degrees down here. When you get a little bit of upslope easterly winds coming up against the Palmer Divide and some of the foothills there, it kind of provides this lift, and all the atmosphere that's stacked has to get pushed up when it encounters that terrain. And so once you get the air just above this kind of base layer down here, it's going to encounter some cold air that's even still pressing in a little bit. And once it reaches that cold air, those storms are going to go up. That's called instability. As long as the air is colder than the air below it, the air is going to continue to rise. And with that really cold air up above us, we're going to really get that instability. So I'm here at the Southlands Mall. Chris, this is one of the areas, kind of the East Metro, where the concern is, just kind of east of the I-25 corridor. I think the storms will kind of start to develop right in this kind of southeast metro, maybe Douglas County, right along the top of the Palmer Divide, and kind of start to move out from this area. And I think that'll probably happen here within the next hour or so.
Corey, I mean, a lot to break down from what you said there, but I would say one of those top line takeaways is that I think the clouds, generally speaking, may be leading people to think that maybe the threat isn't quite as high as perhaps was anticipated. Maybe there's, to clarify things, maybe to what you were just saying there, Corey, maybe things are a smidge lower in terms of that overall threat, but the main ingredients are still there, and in fact, the longer we wait here, Corey, right? The longer we wait for these storms, perhaps the stronger they could be as well, right?
I agree with that 100%. It's almost like a pot kind of boiling water. You put a lid on it, and the longer that pot boils, the more energy is underneath that lid. And so the longer you can keep that lid on the atmosphere, the more explosive it's going to be. So if these storms wait till 2:30 to really get going, it could possibly be very kind of eruptive. Now let me kind of show you what the sky looks like right now. It has changed quite a bit. You can see quite a bit. The blue patches are getting bigger, and that just means as the atmosphere just kind of warms up a little bit, that it's able to hold more of that water vapor in it, and so it's not so condensed, so it spreads it out. And in that case, you get these more little cumulus pockets where the rising air is really taking advantage. And so you're starting to see that transition here in the southeast metro area. And so once this energy pushes up against the Palmer Divide right here, and there's two keys to upslope flow. So you have, not only does it help get the storms pushed up just a little bit to get into that cold air and really rise quickly, but also what the upslope flow does is it brings in vorticity. And so that's a key. So let me use last night's storms before sunset in the Denver metro area last night. You saw how explosive those were, but then they weren't moving or spinning. So all that precipitation and cold air fell right back down onto the storm and choked it out, and they died relatively quickly. Still were able to produce an up to golf ball size hail in the Denver metro area before the storms got spinning later on the night. But what's going to happen today is going to be much different. So you'll have the upslopes flow coming up against the Palmer Divide down here low towards the surface, and that will kind of rise up against the Palmer Divide and encounter air above it, which is coming almost opposite direction. So you have this gradual turning of air as you move up in the atmosphere. And when the storms fire along that kind of environment, the entire thunderstorm starts to rotate, and that helps ventilate the system so that the cold air and the precipitation doesn't fall right down into the area where the updraft is coming up into it, so it doesn't get choked out, and it's able to maintain itself and build and build and build power. And so that's why I have this baseball in my hand here, because we're talking about this is a potential hail size that we're looking at bigger than this. So a baseball is 2 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So this is very unusual to see this type of hail in the Denver metro area. We get a lot of 1 to 2 inch hail, which is kind of what we saw last night. We saw some even up to tennis ball size hail, which is a little bit more than 2 inches. But we're looking at the potential for these thunderstorms to produce hail 2 3/4 of an inch or bigger. It all depends on how long those updrafts can keep that hailstone suspended in the top of the thunderstorm. The longer it's able to sit there, the bigger it's going to grow until it finally reaches a mass that overcomes the updraft and it falls. So you can get these really large hailstones, and that is one of the major concerns that we are looking at today, along with tornadoes, because when you have the twisting, the spinning of those thunderstorms, that center of rotation can actually work its way down towards the ground and become a supercell tornado at the bottom. And those are much more destructive and more powerful than the landspout style tornadoes that we normally see around here, which kind of form on the ground before the thunderstorm even gets there and pulls it up. It's not as strong. When it comes down out of the storm, it's much stronger, Chris.
Corey, by the way, I was going to mention your baseball there a little while ago. I figured it had nothing to do with your beloved Kansas City Royals, and I knew what you meant. I was like, oh boy, he's got a baseball in his hands. That's a little terrifying to me. And by the way, we're going to get into a little detail on the forecast here in the next couple minutes. Corey, kind of want to lend a little context to people here in the Denver metro area, because you mentioned that threat for supercell thunderstorms and the whole dynamics behind this. It's been a while since, at least here in the metro area, we've seen something like this. Probably going back to 2017 or 2018 since we've seen a threat like this. Part of that has to do with the fact that we've talked about this at length before. The last couple of years have been very, very quiet, unusually quiet for severe weather across the Front Range. But it's also worth noting that today's threat, we always get showers and thunderstorms during the spring and summer months here along the Front Range, but today's threat and that potential for supercell thunderstorms, this is not an everyday kind of thunderstorm, is it?
It really isn't. It is an unusual setup, like you mentioned earlier, I think in the noon broadcast. We just haven't had this type of severe risk this close to the Denver metro in really the last 4 years. It's been unusually quiet since 2018. 2017 and 2018 were very active, really across the entire eastern part of the state, including the Denver metro area. But ever since then, those last 4 years have been so slow, and it kind of made me wonder, are we getting into kind of a whole new environment where the severe weather is just not going to be here year after year after year, which could still be the case, but it does look like this year that will be the case. And when we're talking about these kind of setups, since it has been a while since we've had one around here, we see that big threat, that you showed there with the enhanced risk and the slight risk and the marginal risk, covers a huge area. And so when you're talking about that type of risk, one of the main things to kind of focus in on is we're talking about the amount of storms and not really the destructive ability of the storms. So that's why you're seeing slight and enhanced instead of high and even some of the bigger risks, because we're not looking at a scenario where there's going to be 12 supercells marching across the eastern part of the state, causing baseball-sized hail and tornadoes in 30 to 40% of the area. We're still talking, and when you look at that probability, we're looking at about 15 to 30% coverage with these really destructive storms. And so when you take an area the size of that polygon that you showed there, which covers almost the entire eastern side of Colorado, we're still looking at a limited amount of area being impacted by these storms. But the thing is, there's no way to tell where they're going to develop, so it could be the Denver metro area, it could be the East Denver metro area, it could only be those central counties right off the Palmer Divide with Eastern Arapahoe, Eastern Adams, Morgan. Those areas could be the only slot where these develop, but they're so small. Those thunderstorms, I mean, they look huge to us, but really when you put them in the context of the size of the state, they really are small. And there's so many variables that go into just formulating where and when they actually form. You cannot say, so you have to have these big coverage areas and just say, look, we know that there is potential for very damaging storms in this zone, but it's not like we're expecting 90% of us to come to a realization by about 7-8 o'clock tonight that we're all being hit by these large hailstones. It's just a low probability in general, but when you're looking at a 15% chance of getting hit by one of these, that's pretty high, I think.
And ask, unfortunately, for our friends up in Tacona, Frederick from last night, Erie, those areas that unfortunately took the brunt of that nasty hailstorm across the kind of northern third or so of the Denver metro area that got hit really hard by that hailstorm. Great point, no doubt about that. And by the way, Corey, interesting to me is while you were giving that answer, the sun started to come out there a little bit, and maybe starting to see some signs of that cloud cover breaking a little bit, at least from my bird's eye view.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. The sun did pop out, and me and Corky are probably just realizing that we have the heat starting to. That upslope breeze coming from the northeast was actually pretty chilly. The temperature is only sitting at about 54, 53 degrees here in the southeast metro. But as soon as that sun popped out here, you felt the temperature rise. And really, it's only going to take about an hour or so of that heating of the ground with direct sunlight to get the storms up, lifted just high enough to encounter that environment, cold air higher above. And once it gets up into that spot, they're free to go. And I don't know, you might want to take another quick look. Even in the last few minutes, we have seen a little bit more kind of contours coming to the sky, where you see kind of more puffier, taller cumulus. I wouldn't say it's a developing thunderstorm just yet, but you can see that just means that the air is starting to lift. We're getting colder air to come above us. We're getting a little bit of heating even through some of the cloud layers. We're still getting some heating of the earth, and that creates a little bit of rising thermals. And then you add in that upslope element, and you're starting to see where the sky's starting to look like, hey, okay, yeah, this is starting to mean business. This is kind of what it looks like when storms are getting ready to develop. The more bluer, the bluer patches, when they get bigger, and you start to get those individual columns of cumulus to rise, that's what we're going to be watching for. And that's kind of why we were started out here in the Southlands. I just kind of wanted to see this kind of start to develop. And you can kind of start to get a feel for how and when this is going to happen. And really, it makes sense. It always does happen when you have this upslope flow being countered by south winds aloft. You get the air just uses the Palmer Divide just to get a little bit of lift, and that's why the Palmer Divide is kind of a magic place right here, Parker, Southlands area, because you get that little extra lift. And once one of these columns reaches the right where it can just loft, it's going to just kind of pull all the energy. And if we get one or just two individual supercells to develop around here, that is going to be a major issue with damaging. That's how we're going to get this baseball size hail. But if we see several individual cells come up all at the same time, there's going to be a battle kind of fighting for the environment and the energy and the fuel between all those cells until kind of one becomes a little bit more dominant. So that's kind of what we watch for in this time. And so we're almost to the area where I have seen kind of what I want to see, and where I want to be is just a little bit further east now, is what I'm thinking. So I think here pretty shortly, Corky and I are going to probably head up towards I-70 and kind of get in that kind of corridor between Denver International Airport and Byers, and watch, and those storms will come right at us, theoretically, if everything kind of plays out the way it should. And we'll be able to watch those storms develop and come right at us, and still keep an eye on the East Metro to see if one of those cells doesn't drift into that area, which certainly could happen.
Always the airport. Always the airport. It seems to be the beacon for severe storms, and the Palmer Divide, as you mentioned there, Corey. Well, with that said, I think we're going to let you go here, Corey, but we're going to also break down the forecast here a little bit. But Corey, thanks so much for joining us here, and we will continue to check back in with you throughout the rest of the afternoon and probably through the evening as those storms continue to develop. So Corey, thanks so much for joining us today, and good luck out there today.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and feel free to check in with me when I get back up there and we're set up outside of the truck once again. If we're still kind of in this environment where we're watching it develop, feel free to check in with me, and I'll be able to give you a different view looking down to the south from I-70.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Corey. We appreciate that, and we'll, again, continue to check back in with you throughout the rest of the afternoon. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen out there at the Southlands Mall and getting ready to get up to the north and east, somewhere between Denver International Airport and Byers, where, again, we're probably looking at that threat for some of those severe storms to develop within the next hour or two. So I want to walk you through the forecast a little bit here as well, and show you what we can expect as we head over the course of the next couple of hours, and take you out to a live view of downtown Denver right now. This is where we're seeing, again, a lot of that cloud cover might be a little bit misleading, as you just heard from Corey, maybe a touch of an inhibition in terms of that overall severe threat, but I think for the most part, as you just heard from Corey, the overall severe weather threat will still be there for the afternoon and through the early evening across the metro area. And that overall threat zone, we were just talking about this, an enhanced risk for much of northeastern Colorado. That's a level 3 on a 0 to 5 scale in terms of that potential for strong to severe thunderstorms. And it's mainly damaging hail that's going to be our big concern, but also some really strong winds, and also a chance for some tornadoes, you heard from Corey as well, with that little bit of twist motion in the atmosphere that'll be kind of enhanced by the Palmer Divide. So the main threat and the main thing to watch out for will be, of course, the hail, but there is, again, a non-zero chance of seeing some of those tornadoes across the metro area. And I think the highest risk will be to the north and to the east. And there we go, starting to see those first storms starting to blossom west and south of Denver right now. Close look in here, and it looks like out there in southern Douglas County, that'd be kind of west of Larkspur, we're starting to see that first little bit of lightning start to develop, and also into the high country, west of Georgetown. Looks like right near the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, where we're seeing some of the storms starting to develop out there on the Clear Creek and Summit County line into the mountains. Denver area, again, right now on the calm side, but based on the fact that we're seeing that first little bit of lightning start to develop out over southern Douglas County, we're not too far away from these storms getting going, probably within an hour or so. So walk you through that forecast. Looks like as we head over the next couple of hours, those storms will move from south to north. As they do so, we'll see that threat for large hail, damaging winds, and a few isolated tornadoes. And by about 3-4 o'clock, that threat will probably maximize for us here in the Denver area. That's when I think we're going to be talking about kind of the brunt of that threat for some of those strong, severe storms. Then by about 6, 7 o'clock or so tonight, we'll see those storms push the way off to the north, and then we'll transition to more of kind of a plain rain, a heavy rain threat for us later on tonight. Close look in here at the metro area. Again, along and east of I-25. That's when those storms first start to develop, and we're probably going to see that heightened risk again. Probably 225 on east. You mentioned Corey was just mentioning how it's going to be between about Byers and Denver International Airport, somewhere around Bennett, Strasburg. That looks at this point like the main, probably the highest risk zone in terms of that potential for severe storms. One thing to also note, I kind of meant to ask Corey about this, is that on days like this where you have a lot of moisture, a lot of just instability in the atmosphere, something unusual or something beyond what the forecast model shows you tends to happen. So kind of, in a sense, expect the unexpected, and that's why I think west of I-25, yes, the risk is higher east of I-25, but west of I-25, you are by no means out of the threat zone. There's a lot of moisture and a lot of instability in place in that part of the metro area. Then again, after dark tonight, we'll transition to more and more of a just kind of plain heavy rain threat for tonight. By the way, the potential for some flooding as well. And I'll leave you with the 7-day forecast here with unsettled conditions for the next few days. A lot of plain rain for tomorrow, occasional rumbles of thunder, but then again, more and more of that plain rain threat for Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, and into your Mother's Day. We'll keep those temperatures on the cooler side of our seasonal average temperatures, in the upper 50s and low 60s for the most part. But top line takeaways again: threat for severe storms over the next couple of hours, large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes all in play. Highest risk along and east of I-25, but west of I-25, that considerable risk continues to be there as well. So we'll keep you posted with the latest on all this over the next few hours. We'll have cut-ins on 9 News, and on Channel 20 as well. And we'll have regular updates here and also live looks at the radar and webcams across the metro area here on 9 News Plus throughout the afternoon. And also, I will continue to check back in with those continued updates here on 9 News Plus as the afternoon and the evening wear on. So stay with us here on 9 News Plus for the latest on the severe storm threat. Once again, I'm 9 News meteorologist Chris Bianchi. Thanks for joining us here on 9 News Plus. Storms moving through, and we want to take a quick check at FlightAware at the misery map for DIA right now. There are 196 delays and 70 canceled flights so far today, and a lot of that had to do with the fog that we had this morning over DIA, these kind of gloomy low clouds. I know I'm getting the question a lot from you about when we can expect these storms to move their way on through. The storms are coming. You just got to wait a couple more hours in most areas. So right now here in Denver, again, gloomy, but maybe starting to see some peaks of that cloud cover breaking on up. That will allow for a bit more instability to take place as we head over the next little while. Now, if you're looking for thunderstorms, or in this case, thunder snow, we've got it up here by the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels, where we've had thunder snow for the last kind of 15-20 minutes taking place up this way. Maybe even some graupels, some super cooled water pellets. Long story short, we're getting maybe a mix of ice and some snow up here at the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels. But this is, of course, not in association with the main severe weather event that will be taking place across eastern Colorado over the course of the next few hours. We have an enhanced risk for severe weather. This includes Denver, and this is a level 3 on a 0 to 5 scale in terms of the potential for severe weather. That orange shading here, again, includes Denver, includes basically the entire metro area, and this is for today. In yellow, we've got a slight risk that covers basically all of eastern Colorado, and that threat for severe weather will be highest between about 2 p.m. and about 6 p.m. for most of the metro area. Maybe in northeastern Colorado and the far northeastern part of the state, that threat will hang on until about 7, 8, or maybe even 9 o'clock tonight. So that's severe weather threat for this afternoon, this evening. The highest threat will be hail and wind, but also can't rule out a few isolated tornadoes for us across the I-25 corridor. I think that threat for tornadoes, to be clear, will be highest as you head east of the airport and kind of just east of the metro area. Now, in terms of what we're seeing right now, HC Doppler radar, there's some of that thunder snow that I was just talking about a second ago. Most of us here in the metro area, again, I know it's just kind of gloomy, cloudy, a few raindrops in the windshield. No big deal so far, but you can start to see the first little signs of some action developing out here in southwestern Douglas County and far southern Jeffco as well. This is where, again, start to see the first lightning strikes, and some of this is going to push north. As it does so, we'll have to see how this develops, but this would be the main area to watch for in terms of that potential for some of those strong severe thunderstorms. And then up here into the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels, that's where we've seen some of that thunder snow over the last little while. So let's walk you through that forecast. 3, 4, 5 o'clock, that's when we'll see those strong storms along and east of I-25. Those push north, and then we'll start to transition to more kind of a plain heavy rain event tonight and to early tomorrow for most of the metro area into the high country above 7,500, 8,000 feet in elevation. That's where we could see a few inches of wet snow for us as well. So the forecast, close look in here at the metro area. Again, Commerce City, DIA, I would say kind of 225 on east will have the highest potential for some of those strong severe thunderstorms over the next few hours, but still, the entire metro area, we've got a chance for seeing some of that damaging hail, some damaging winds, as well as even a few isolated tornadoes. This will all lift north by about 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight, and then by tomorrow morning, it's just kind of plain rain. So for today, mostly cloudy skies. Of course, that threat for severe weather for tomorrow. Temperatures around 60 degrees. It's a cool, cloudy day for tomorrow. And that threat for severe weather for tomorrow will be in the far eastern plains for us. Denver area, I think it's more, again, just kind of a cloudy, cool day. And those showers and occasional rumbles of thunder will be mainly confined to the eastern part of the state. We'll start to clear things out in southwestern and western Colorado as well. Rainfall amounts pretty impressive. Could see as much as maybe even 2 inches worth of rainfall across northeastern Colorado, and that could lead to some localized flooding in a few spots. I mentioned some of that snowfall. Could see as much as 6 to 12 inches of snow above 10,000 feet in elevation. 7-day forecast. Once we get past all this, we kind of start to transition to more afternoon showers and storms for Friday and Saturday. Then for your Mother's Day, it does look pretty unsettled, with temperatures only topping out in the upper 50s and then back into the 60s and 70s by the early part of next week. But want to re-emphasize these top-line takeaways. Storms develop between about 1 and 4, so about now till about 4 o'clock, we'll see those storms develop. Hail, wind, tornadoes, all possible. And there is the highest risk for some of those strong storms just east of the city. So that's it for here on 9 News. But we have you covered both on air and online today for severe weather. I'll be live over on 9 News Plus this afternoon. You can download the free 9 News Plus app for Fire TV and Roku and Apple TV. Thanks for joining us here on 9 News for an update on the severe storm threat for this afternoon. Starting to see the first storms develop along the Palmer Divide. For us here in Denver, I know it's still kind of cloudy and cool and mostly just kind of gloomy out there, but we are still anticipating those storms to move through over the next couple of hours. That threat highest for us from Denver on east. We have an enhanced risk for severe weather that includes Denver County and extends east through the eastern plains, and this is for your day today. I mentioned this earlier on. We don't normally, it's not often that we see enhanced risk threats for us here in the Denver area. It's the first one for us in Denver County since 2018. So just worth keeping in mind that today's threat for severe weather a little bit higher than what you might normally get. But that said, HC Doppler radar starting to see things get a little bit more active within the last half hour, 45 minutes. Just to the south and west of Denver, starting to see those first storms fire on up, including this, a couple of them. One here in far northern El Paso County out by kind of Monument Hill. I'll zero in on that here in just a second. And there's still a few showers for us in southwestern Douglas County and far southern Jefferson County as well. And we've also had some showers and some occasional bits of thunder snow on up by Berthoud Pass and Winter Park. Now, this is that storm out here in northern El Paso County. This is right on I-25. Probably a little bit of pea-sized hail as this moves north. We've even seen maybe a little bit of rotation within this storm as well. Right now, this storm looks sub-severe, but just something to watch out for as we head over the next 1 to 2 hours. This will move into a better environment for some of those stronger storms as it moves into Elbert and Douglas counties and eventually perhaps into the southern edges of the Denver metro area as well. On up into the mountains along Highway 40. So this would be Berthoud Pass on north here through Tabernash, Fraser. That's where we're seeing a little bit in the way of some of those stronger storms as well. And again, that's some thunder snow up that way. Now that forecast, we head over the next couple of hours. We'll see these storms, by the way, fairly interesting. These storms are going to move from south to north. It's not a normal direction for these storms to move here across Colorado, but it's going to be a south to north movement with these storms. And as they push north, we'll see that threat for severe weather probably heightened for us here in Denver between about now and about 6 p.m. By about 7, 8, 9 o'clock or so tonight, we'll see that threat move into the far northeastern plains. And then by late tonight, I think it's mainly just kind of plain heavy rain for most of us across northeastern Colorado. So walking you through that forecast here into the Denver area, along and east of I-25, that's where we probably have the highest risk for some of these storms to turn severe over the next few hours. And then those showers and storms will push the way off to the north. And again, late tonight, more of that kind of plain heavy rain threat for us. For tonight, temperatures drop back into the upper 40s. Storms to, again, plain rain for us for tomorrow. More of just kind of a rainy, cool, unsettled day for us with some occasional rumbles of thunder. That threat for severe weather for tomorrow on the far eastern plains, and then that threat for some heavy rain, perhaps leading to some occasional flooding for us across northern Colorado, especially again Weld, Larimer counties and the far northeastern part of the state. That's where I think we'll have that greatest threat for seeing some of that heavy rainfall for us. And for the Denver areas, again, just kind of a cool rainy day ahead for us for tomorrow, and the potential for a couple inches of rain for us across the northeastern corner of the state. That's a lot of water for us. And then into the mountains, several inches of snow possible above 9,000 feet in elevation. So most of us not looking at snow, of course, but we are looking at a fair bit in the way of some of that heavy rainfall. 7-day forecast, temperatures mostly in the 60s, 50s for Mother's Day. We have you covered, by the way, both on air and online today for severe weather. I'll be live along with meteorologist Greg Perez on 90s Plus this afternoon. You can download the app for free on Fire TV, Roku, and Apple TV. I'm meteorologist Chris Bianchi with the 9 News weather update. Tornado watch issued for much of northeastern Colorado, including Denver, and this runs until 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, depending on which part of the state you're in. But we have that tornado watch that's in place for the next few hours, and we're starting to see those first storms starting to develop south and west of the city of Denver, including this storm here in far southeastern Douglas County. Starting to see a little rotation within this storm, but at this point, it is still not a severe thunderstorm. But as it moves north, we expect that storm to intensify. Another storm out here into Teller County. This will continue to push its way off to the north, and then also seeing some storms on up into the mountains. So let's walk you through the next few hours. Those storms along and east of I-25 will push off to the north and east. As they do so, we'll see the strongest of these storms between about 2 and 6 p.m. with hail and tornadoes our main concerns. Thanks for joining us here on 9 News. We'll have continued updates for you over on 9 News Plus.
Hey everyone, happy, Wednesday, that's Wednesday, yeah, right? Sorry, busy weather day in the Weather Center for us. 9 News meteorologist Greg Perez with an update to the forecast on, as I said, a very, very busy Wednesday afternoon. The National Weather Service just issued a tornado watch for northeastern Colorado and the northern portion of the I-25 corridor. And yes, this does include the Denver metro area. Let me repeat that one more time. We have a tornado watch in effect for the Denver metro area. This is the first time that we have seen something like this since 2021. Now, it's not necessarily a surprise, but it's certainly something that we have not seen in quite some time. So let's get right into it with what we're going to be experiencing, because these conditions are going to get nasty, just straight up nasty for some of those out there, for some of you out there. We do have plenty of clouds this afternoon, and I have a lot of people on Twitter asking both Chris and I about the cloud cover, because normally when we have severe weather days like today, where we have tornado watches, potentially tornado warnings, I say potentially because we haven't had any yet, but severe thunderstorm watches and most likely severe thunderstorm warnings, normally we get plenty of sunshine. And the reason for that is because the sunshine increases energy in the atmosphere to allow some of these showers and thunderstorms to really explode. Now today, it's a little bit of a different setup. We have plenty of cloud cover this afternoon, but what that cloud cover is actually doing is it's putting almost a lid on top of the atmosphere. Think of a pot of boiling water, right? When you first start boiling the water, you see a little bit of steam, and you put a lid on top of it, you see that steam starting to build just a little bit. Now you take that lid off after only a couple of minutes, and yeah, we'll get a little bit of rising steam, and of course steam coming from that pot of boiling water, but it's not going to be as aggressive as, say, if you leave the boiling water on for 7, 8, 9 minutes. And that's exactly what's happening now. We have almost a lid on top of this pot of boiling water, and that's in the form of cloud cover. And because of that lid, we have extremely high probability, or an extremely high probability rather, of some of these severe thunderstorms really starting to pop this afternoon and into this evening. So because of that, we have an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's on a scale of 3 out of 5. So right in the middle of what's going to be a very interesting afternoon. And a tornado watch is in effect up until 10 o'clock this evening. Hail up to the size of 2 inches, gusts up to 60 miles per hour plus, and a couple of tornadoes along with brief but heavy rainfall. We're already starting to see some of those thunderstorms really start erupting, especially down towards Colorado Springs. And this cell that I have right here has early signs of rotation as it pushes northward. So be careful. Castle Rock, Ponderosa Park, State Route 83, those are the areas that we could be eyeing for this potential tornado to start happening. We do have a tornado warning in effect. All right, a tornado warning is in effect. Where are we? We're down just to the west of West Creek. Okay, let me see if I can pull that up for us. Are you going to be going on air, Bianchi, or would you like to join me real quick?
I'll hop in with you.
You'll hop in with me real quick? All right, where do we have this tornado warning in effect?
This cell, so this would be this one out here.
This one out here. All right, so it's out towards West Creek. Let's zoom on in. Let's zoom on into this cell, see what we've got going on here. All right, so it looks like it's not a very populated area, right? Not a whole lot of population of 203. But for those who are out there, we have pea-sized hail. We have a radar-indicated tornado that's happening right now. Shelter in place if you are able to do so. Make sure to stay inside, get into the most interior portion of your house, and of course on top of that, make sure to bring your dogs, bring your cats, bring your animals with you, and if you have that and are able to do so, make sure to stay indoors. Yeah, that's what we're going to be having to do here. This is one of those storms that is very, very tiny, this cell. It's not affecting a whole lot of people, but this is just a precursor of what's to come, right? We already saw a tornado warning at the 2 o'clock hour. It's 2:15 right now. Don't be too surprised if we see quite a few more. Let's keep on zooming out and take a look just to the south of that. Buena Vista that is just was dealing with a little bit of rainfall. State Route 9, a little bit of rainfall as well. Stronger storms are on the way too, especially as you're getting up towards the north and west. But here we go. We do have the potential for some stronger storms in the Denver metro area between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. Between 8 and 9 o'clock tonight, Fort Collins. That's when we're going to be getting some heavier downpours possible too. And then early to Thursday morning between 2 and 3 o'clock, increased cloud cover, another round of rainfall. Current temperatures right now in the 60s. We'll make our way into the middle 60s when it's all said and done. And of course, let's do one more show of that statewide forecast for us, as we are expecting not only the Denver metro area to be dealing with some of that rainfall and some more severe weather, but also out towards the northeastern plains. Sterling, heavy downpours possible, along with heavy rainfall, heavy downpours possible, along with strong winds, hail, lightning, thunder, the whole 9 yards. That's what we're going to be working through. This continues through early Thursday morning and even into Thursday afternoon. And by the time we're going to be done with this happens on Friday. By the time we're going to be done, it'll be Friday afternoon. And this is the hail outlook for us. Plenty of hail possible for today with a bunch of these cells. We're going to keep on going here because we still are under that tornado warning. Let's see if I can get right back into this. Tornado warning is in effect. Once again, tornado warning is in effect for areas just the south and west of the Denver metro region. Let me pull this up one more time for us. Tornado warning is in effect still. One more time. Let me pull you up. If you could just stay patient with me, guys. Severe weather. Severe thunderstorm. No severe thunderstorm warnings just yet. No severe thunderstorm warnings just yet. All those are out towards the east in portions of Kansas. Tornado. Let's see if I can get this up for us. NWS tornado. All right, here we go. Tornado warning has been issued for Douglas County, Jefferson County, and Park County. That's where this is. Douglas County, Jefferson County, and Park County. Let's zoom on in again for this system, as we're going to be dealing with plenty of rainfall over the next 24 to 48 hours. But it's this cell right here that we're eyeing. This one right here that you guys see. That's causing all sorts of problems. That's causing that tornado warning that's in effect. Once again, that's for Douglas County, Jefferson County, and Park County. And this lasts for another 25 minutes or so, up until 2:45 this afternoon. So we have a reading on it right now. We have eyes on the ground on it right now. We're going to be keeping an eye on this, of course, as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Alrighty, everyone, that'll do it for me. 9 News meteorologist Chris Bianchi is actually on right now, and he's going to be talking about that tornado warning that's in effect. You can join him there, and we're going to be keeping you updated on air and online through what's going to be, as I said, a very, very interesting afternoon. All right, everyone, stay safe out there. Have a good day. But remember, we're going to be airing both on air and online everything that you guys need to know with these upcoming storm systems. All right, have a good one, guys.
Show some pretty good signs of rotation. This is also moving into an environment that's fairly ripe for tornado development here over the next little while. Castle Rock at this point looks like you're kind of sandwiched in between the storms. Same for the I-25 corridor, but these storms can move and they can kind of fluctuate a little bit, so just stay with us and just be weather aware. Make sure you have the 9 News app. That'll get you those automated weather warnings. And also on your phone, just make sure that you have a way to get those weather warnings. You just go through your phone. This is obviously not a phone, but go through your phone and you flip on those automated alerts, and that'll make sure that you get those warnings in a timely fashion. But again, southeastern Douglas County, not under a tornado warning at this point, but this storm is starting to show some of the signs of rotation. So just something to watch out for as we head over the next little while. We'll keep you posted with the latest, but again, we do have that tornado warning that's been issued for southern Jefferson County as well as southwestern Douglas County. That goes till 2:45. Get in that safe place, innermost room away from any windows. And then for northeastern Colorado, we do have that tornado watch that has been issued within the last half hour or so. This includes Denver, and this tornado watch goes until 9 p.m. tonight. So again, northeast Colorado, certainly one of those days to be weather aware, and we'll keep you posted with the very latest right here on 9 News.
10 o'clock tonight. If you live in this area, you have to be weather aware this evening, as we could see potentially hail upwards of 2 to 3 inches in diameter. Very similar setup to what we saw late last night, about 10, 11 o'clock in and around Erie through Greeley, where they had to deal with some serious hail coming through late at night. That same scenario is potentially going to impact folks this evening. We also could be looking at winds upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. That can do some damage, take down power lines as well as trees. I can't rule out seeing a couple of tornadoes. The ones that we do have currently, the tornado warning in Douglas County, just radar indicated at this moment. But once again, we will be monitoring the threat for more tornadoes popping down throughout the rest of the afternoon and through the evening. As we look tonight on HD Doppler 9, I want to zoom in because you can see the action that's coming in from the foothills, which is fairly rare to get a tornado warned cell that is in the mountains. As Chris was saying, as these storms continue to track to the north, they'll find a bit more moisture to work with and potentially continue to expand and grow. That tornado warning is going to continue until about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I should say. And right now we have a whole lot of lightning also associated with that system. I just sliced it in half, and you can kind of see the cloud tops within that one, easily 30 to 40,000 feet, and we're anticipating it to grow, expand as it moves northward. Here's our future cast, just to kind of give folks a heads up. If you're in Denver, you're looking outside the window, you see mostly cloudy skies out there, you're saying storms, what storms? They're on the way. As we look ahead toward 2:30, 3 o'clock, we'll be tracking those pushing into the metro area. By 4:30, they're in and around Weld County. You can kind of see that bright red bullseye just to the east of Keensburg along I-76. Wouldn't be surprised if we do potentially see some rotation within that cell. Everything continues to move to the north, and we will just be getting wave after wave that rolls into the metro area. Here we are about 7:30 or so this evening. Some good rain showers here in Denver, but stronger thunderstorms rolling off the foothills in Larimer as well as Boulder counties. Again, Weld County getting slammed. And then here we go again, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, parts of Douglas County, Adams as well as Arapahoe, looking at stronger cells. And this is going to be the name of the game as we go throughout the overnight period too. Heavy drenching rains are coming our way, as well as lightning, thunder, a very similar setup to what we saw last night, with the potential for 2 to 3 inch in diameter hail. We saw a lot of damage from the storm that passed through northern Colorado late last night, and unfortunately the scenario is much the same, that we could be looking at that kind of damage here across not just the Denver metro area, but off to the northeastern side of the state too. By tomorrow afternoon, a lot of the action has shifted across far northeastern Colorado, and that kind of is going to be the area we'll be keeping a close eye on. Today, again, most of eastern Colorado looking at the potential for seeing a slight to enhanced risk for seeing severe storms out there. As we zoom back in. I threw that on, and we have about 179 strikes as we speak. But as we zoom in here to parts of the Denver metro area, most of the action positioned to the south. However, these thunderstorms will be pushing into the north, and that means buckle up, folks. If you have your cars out there, I know getting into work, the parking garage was full. And so if you can, make sure that you find a garage, because we do not want to see hail damage. Unfortunately, these cells potentially will be putting down quarter size, $half size hail. And again, we can't rule out potentially looking at baseball sized hail within these cells. I'll throw on that severe thunderstorm warning, what we're anticipating, and you can kind of see as the storm is pushing further to the north, kind of inching closer toward Conifer, the Ken Carroll area, you're going to see a bit more hail. I can actually put on the hail track for you so you can kind of see what this storm system has already been producing for us. And as there we go, look at the hail tracks. It doesn't look all that impressive as we speak, because most of the action has been in the foothills. We've had quite a bit of lightning out there, but at least the hail has stayed below that severe threat, below an inch in diameter. As we zip back onto the radar, you can still see heavy rain is coming through with this cell, and we have seen signs, some indication of rotation within that cell that is positioned into southern Douglas County as well as southern Jefferson County too. It does look like that is going to continue until 3:15, at least for the severe thunderstorm warning. As far as that tornado warning, looks to expire around 2:45, so we have another about 5 minutes to go. We'll see. Right now, at least to me, it looks like this cell is beginning to kind of lose some momentum anyway as it's rolling off of the foothills, but it will be gaining a bit more as it encounters the metro area. Right now, if we can head back over to Chris and kind of get a better look at what's going on around here. Chris, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Danielle, I do agree. Based on the recent radar returns, I think it does look like our cell out here, our tornado-warned storm in southern Jefferson, as well as the far extreme southwestern corner of Douglas County. That's our tornado-warned storm right here. We're starting to see some signs of it weakening, and that's not to mitigate that threat for this tornado warning. Again, you need to take those precautions. If you can't, don't go looking for it. You need to get in that safe place, that basement, that innermost room away from any windows, putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. That said, again, just starting to see a little less rotation within this cell. And by the way, we were just talking about that hail threat up here. The radar beam, as it travels up, it is hitting the foothills. So radar beam goes up like this, and I promise this will get to a relevant point here in just a second. But as the radar beam goes up, it doesn't quite pick up on everything that's going on here into the foothills because, of course, the foothills also slide up. So as a result, we are probably not able to see as much of the hail that we probably would normally be able to into the foothills. But trust me, if you're joining me from Ken Carroll, from Roxborough, Highlands Ranch even, Littleton, I would start thinking about getting that car in the garage or the carport because, again, the indications right now are that as these storms slide north, that we're going to start seeing this move into a more favorable area for some rapid development. Other thing to point out here as well, within the last hour, about an hour ago, this radar loop goes back about an hour and a half. About an hour ago, we had basically nothing here, even along the Palmer Divide and into the southern foothills. And boom, like that, these storms really, really quickly developed here. So again, these storms went from basically nothing to what we're talking about, several hundred lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes here across southern parts of the state. So this is the view from Corey Reppenhagen's vantage point. I think he is just to the east of Denver International Airport. I think I'm getting that correct there. He's close to Bennett, so yes, he would be east of Denver International Airport. And what you're looking at here, folks, I know it looks like just some kind of some clouds at this point. These are the storms as they first develop. So these storms just starting to kind of rev on up here. And this is, I'm guessing what we're looking at here, we're looking off to the south. This is probably looking towards the Palmer Divide. But if you're looking off to the south right now, these storms are moving south to north, so this would be the direction that those storms are coming from. And as these storms first start to develop, we'll probably see that threat for hail and damaging winds kind of increase over the next hour or so. And by the way, we've kind of been mentioning this throughout the day as well, that it looks at this point that the area along and east of I-25 will have the highest risk for severe storms. And what I mean by that is damaging hail as well as the potential for some of those strong winds. So what we were just showing you, again, that was out by Bennett, so looking off towards the south. What you're probably seeing there, this is just my guess at this point, is you were looking at this storm just to the east of Castle Rock. And I mentioned the storm east of Castle Rock a few minutes ago along Highway 83. This storm, for the moment, appears to have dissipated. Maybe some of the cool outflow winds from this storm out here kind of weakening it. Point being that this storm, for now, is on the weaker side, but as we learned last night, I mean, our friends up in Dacono, in Frederick, in Erie, on the west side of Greeley, Longmont, I know you guys took a really rough hit from all those storms last night. These storms could very quickly develop, and that's exactly what happened to those storms on the northern fringe of the metro area last night. These storms can very quickly get going once again. Now, into the mountains, also, by the way, another day in Colorado weather, right? Some thunder snow for us here from the Eisenhower Tunnel on Highway 40 on north and into Berthoud Pass as well as Winter Park. We're seeing a little bit in the way of some of that thunder snow in a few spots. Here's that tornado watch. This goes until 10 p.m. tonight. It includes Denver. And by the way, for Denver County. This is our first tornado watch in almost 2 years for us here in Denver, and then much of northeastern Colorado within this tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. For the metro area, our threat will most likely be over the next 3 to 4 hours. I think for the metro area, 6, 7 o'clock or so, we should see things start to calm down a little bit. But for the northeastern corner, for friends up here, say into Logan, as well as Eastern Weld, Morgan, Washington counties, Phillips counties, this threat is going to probably last well into the evening and maybe until 8, 9, 10 o'clock or so tonight. So the further north and east you go, the later your threat will be. For us in the metro area, again, probably the next 3 to 4 hours, give or take. It's weather here, folks. We're still predicting the future. I think that the next 3 to 4 hours will be the primary window for any of these storms to potentially produce a tornado or two. I should also mention as well that the tornado threat will probably be highest for us in the areas east of I-25 and probably east of, say, E-470 as well. So over the next couple of hours, again, expecting some of these storms to push from southwest to northeast. As they do so, we'll see those storms probably strengthen as they get on up into Weld County, maybe even to Boulder County, Laramie County as well. A lot of the areas that unfortunately took some of those strong storms last night are unfortunately at threat for seeing some more large hail and some damaging winds again later on today, and maybe an isolated tornado or two. By about 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight, you probably see here on the radar picture, we're seeing some rain, some occasional rumbles of thunder. By about 7, 8 o'clock tonight here in the Denver area, we're going to transition from more of a storm threat to more of a plain rain threat. It's just going to be kind of a rainy evening and a rainy overnight. Danielle was talking about a second ago that we're going to be talking about that threat for some of that heavy rain over the next little while. So that'll do it for me. I'll send things back over to Danielle for a bit more on what we're seeing right now. Apologize. I think we're wrapping things up here, but again, seeing some of these storms, and we'll continue to keep you posted the very latest on this right here on 9 News.
Hi there, meteorologist Danielle Grant, once again breaking in because we do have a new tornado warning that is across parts of the Denver metro area. Hence the reason we want to show you the radar and get you a good idea of where the storm system is currently and who it could potentially impact. As we look right now, the area in red, that's going to be the tornado warning, and that will continue until 3:30. We still have another half hour to go. The storm system was positioned up in the foothills. It now is encountering a bit more moisture here around the metro area. You probably have seen the clouds all day long, and that is going to act as fuel to keep these thunderstorms going and potentially show some signs of rotation. We have not had any confirmation that this is an actual tornado on the ground. So far, it just looks to be radar indicated. However, it does have the power to produce a tornado. Hence the reason we are encouraging folks, if you do live in this area, to please head to the basement, head to your safe space, as this storm is quite dangerous. We are looking at this continuing in Douglas and Jefferson counties until 3:30 this afternoon. It looks like we can potentially go out if we do have a couple of live cameras out there. This is right there at I-25 in Ridgegate. You can kind of see in the distance just how dark those clouds are. The storm system is packed with so much rain. Would not be surprised if we even see some of it potentially being rain wrapped. It also is producing incredibly large hail. If we can pop back to the radar, I want to show folks just to the west of the Roxborough area, these areas in blue. That's actually going to be the hail that is coming down with this. It does look like this is going to continue. Okay, thank you. We have everyone kind of on deck here in the 9 News Weather Center. It does look like this cell is going to continue to march off to the north and to the east over the course of the next 30 minutes time. This could potentially impact folks in Roxborough as well as Ken Carroll, Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree, just on the fringe of this tornado warning. But the storm system certainly capable of rotation. It has a lot of lightning associated with it as well. And so we just want to encourage folks to please find your safe space as we speak. And as we kind of zoom out, you can see it is impacting much of Douglas County as well as parts of Jefferson County. This is going to continue for the next 30 minutes time, as we do have just a lot of the perfect ingredients, the perfect storm. And unfortunately, it is pushing in across the metro area prime time when folks are trying to get out the door and potentially home from work. You're picking up the kids from school. And right now we have a severe thunderstorm with the potential for tornado activity, for some rotation, just beginning to roll off of the foothills, kind of inching closer toward the hogback out there near Roxborough Park, Ken Carroll, where we do have the tornado warning in place. Again, this tornado warning is going to continue and will include the Castle Pines North area as well as Lone Tree, Highlands Ranch, all included within this cell. Right now, I do want to send things out to my partner, Chris Bianchi, if he is right now out there in the Weather Center, still continuing to monitor this too. It looks like we also have that severe thunderstorm warning potentially going as well, Chris. It's a mess.
Exactly, Danielle. And you mentioned it a few minutes ago that this is coinciding now at the beginning of rush hour. And one thing to keep in mind, that tornado warning does include a sliver of I-25 between about Ridgegate and down to Castle Rock. So if you know anybody who's trying to get on I-25 right now, and this is a look actually at I-25 right near, this looks like mile mark 182. So this would be Castle Rock, downtown Castle Rock, basically. This up to about Ridgegate, so this would be Lone Tree or so, the southern fringe of the metro area, where we are right now under that tornado warning. So nobody should be on I-25 in either direction, moving north from Castle Rock and to the Lone Tree area. Either direction, I-25, stay off of it. If you know somebody who might be on that, just give them a call. Let them know that there's a tornado warning. They might not know of that. So just again, this is the time to not be traveling on the interstate as, again, we're approaching the front end of rush hour. Now, want to go back to the radar here and show you what we could be talking about as we head over the next hour or so, as we do have that tornado warning that's now in Douglas and Jefferson County. But if you look at this from a broad perspective, I kind of zoomed this out intentionally to give you a kind of a wider picture, because most of us here in the Denver area right now, here at our studios at 9 News at Spear and Logan, we're just seeing these kind of cloudy skies. It's been kind of a gray day, and a lot of you wondering what's going on, what's going on with these storms. These are now pushing their way on in from the south and the west, and as they do so, Danielle and I were just looking at this. The temperatures and the dew points in this area are a lot more conducive for these storms to develop. So long story short, as these storms push north and as they push east, they're going to move into an environment that's more favorable for these storms to develop and strengthen. So what that means for you is that you probably need to start taking those hail precautions right now. If you have access to a garage or a carport from really I-70 on south here, you need to be thinking about that in the Denver areas. These storms are moving their way in our direction within the next hour or so. But a bit more, a closer look in here at the tornado warning. The highest area rotation would be just the south and west of Roxborough. That's where we're seeing the strongest area rotation and the likeliest potential for a tornado right now. And want to go back to that CDOT cam there from Castle Rock and show you a little bit of that cloud cover. And as the storm moves its way on in, what you're looking at on the top left-hand side of your screen, that is just a lot of rain, probably some hail mixed in there as well. But right now, things looking pretty ominous out there in Castle Rock, as this would be the view from downtown Castle Rock on Interstate 25. But again, back over to the radar, kind of want to show you a little bit more in the specifics of what we're looking at right now. Again, the area rotation and probably the areas of highest concern right now would be just the southwest of Roxborough. Of course, that means Ken Carroll, south side of Littleton. You would be up next for this area of rotation to move into. And Highlands Ranch, you are included within this tornado warning. The center of rotation for our friends in Highlands Ranch is about 15 miles or so south and west of your location. And then, of course, once you get north there, you'd be looking at the southwestern fringe of Arapahoe County. So just, again, playing this forward a little bit, but it looks like the center of that rotation, just to the southwest of Roxborough. So this would be right near Deckers and that area there, just the south of 285. Just the south of Bailey and Conifer, and south and east of Bailey and Conifer right now. Now, there's also another tornado warning for us here on the far western reaches of Douglas County and the far northern little sliver of Teller County as well. This warning goes until 3:30. Both of these warnings go until 3:30 or so. So for the next 24, 25 minutes, we have these tornado warnings. And the center rotation would be just the west of West Creek. And that's where we've seen a big, notice here, we've kind of seen a spike in lightning, and you often see that as a tornado is first developing. As a tornado is first developing, you'll often see a big burst in lightning, and that is as a result of all the energy that's kind of being generated by the potential for that tornadogenesis, for that tornado developing. So again, just the west of West Creek, we're seeing that big spike in lightning. Tells me that we're seeing some of that pretty strong rotation right now. Castle Rock right now, again, kind of mentioned this a short while ago. There was this storm that we were watching that passed off to your east, but there's one pretty strong storm that's starting to gain some steam out here. It's got me a little concerned right now, south of Castle Rock. This would be right near Monument, Larkspur. That's where we're seeing that storm push north. Right now, it is a sub-severe storm, but this is one to watch for as this slides north of I-25 and approaches, again, these kind of southern fringe of the metro area. So broad view here, tornado watch. This goes until 10 o'clock tonight. It does include Denver, and for Denver County, this is our first tornado watch including Denver County since May 23rd of 2021. So it's been almost 2 years since we've seen a tornado watch for us here in Denver County. And a watch means conditions are favorable for the potential for a tornado. A warning means it's imminent or it's taking place as we speak. So again, watch, what I'm talking about right here, that means conditions favorable for a tornado to develop. What we're just showing you in Jefferson County, that is a tornado warning, which means it is taking place in the here and now. So that's kind of the wide view. I want to take you to the forecast as well. So walking you through the next little while. One thing to note here, folks, this is a forecast computer model. Notice kind of in a sense how, I don't mean to pick out this computer model, but it's not correct right now, right? The storms are right now centered over southwestern Denver County. These storms, notice the direction of where they're going to move. These are going to move from southwest to northeast. And as they do so, that means, unfortunately for Denver and for most of the metro area, the next hour or two will be pretty prime for that potential
for some of those storms to move their way into the, again, heart of the metro area over the course of the next hour or two. Once we get to about 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight, we will start to transition more and more to kind of just a kind of a rainy threat for us. But a close look in here at the Denver area, again, we'll be looking at that threat for some of those stronger storms to move their way into our area in the next hour or two. Then overnight tonight, we see more in the way of just kind of heavy rain or so for us. And I believe I'm going to send things on over to my colleague meteorologist. Sorry, we'll keep this going here for another second ago. I'm actually going to go back to the tornado watch here for a quick look at this once again. Tornado watch that goes in place until 10 p.m. for the northeastern corner of Colorado, including the Denver area. But Danielle, I'll send things back over to you.
Yeah, it's a bit chaotic back here in the Weather Center, Chris, so we're all trying to get our ducks in the row as we're watching this severe cell pushing across parts of the metro area. I wanted to show you our dew points just because the dew point indicates how much moisture is in the air. When we typically see these dew points in the 50s here across the Front Range, that means these storms have a lot of moisture to work with. They can continue to grow and expand and become explosive. Typically here in Colorado, we are incredibly dry. See to the west of the Rockies, we're looking at dew points in the teens, 20s. That's usually what we see here around the Denver metro area. Not the case today. We have ample moisture to work with these thunderstorms. We have good directional shear. That means the winds are going to be veering for us, and that's when we could potentially be looking at more severe cells coming across Colorado. As we look at HD Doppler 9, you can see all this action coming in from the south. Just to bring it back to that tornado warning that still is in effect until 3:30. We still have another about 20 minutes to go. And again, if you live in parts of Douglas, Jefferson counties, best bet, head to the basement for now. With this cell, we have not had any confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground. However, it is capable of potentially dropping a tornado. We are just looking at radar indicated at this moment, and $half size hail also accompanying this storm. It looks like it's going to be pushing in closer toward Roxborough Park as well as Sedalia here within the next about 5 to 10 minutes, then eventually making its way over toward Chatfield Reservoir, Castle Pines, Highlands Ranch. It's pretty much just knocking on your back door. I'll zoom in just a bit, and you can see the heavy rainfall accompanying with this storm, as well as the lightning. The lightning has been pretty tremendous up in the foothills, and of course the hail. We've been looking at $half, quarter-size hail reports coming in from the Roxborough area. As this storm system marches off to the northeast, I would not be surprised if we do see this tornado warning extended out through even more of the metro area. We can kind of zoom out just a bit, and I'll show you who's on deck, so to speak. If you live in Centennial, you live out there in Littleton, I would not be surprised within the next 10 to 15 minutes if we see this tornado warning extended in your direction. So just make sure the car is in the garage, a carport if you can. Bring the pets inside as well, and then make sure you find your safe space, as this is a dangerous thunderstorm that is pushing across parts of the metro area. It's moving to the northeast relatively fast. It's running about 35 miles per hour. Unfortunately, it is going to be taking aim at DIA if it continues in this direction and with this momentum. So if you do have family, friends that are trying to come in and out of the airport within the next hour or two, would not be surprised if we, of course, see a ground stop out there and some serious delays too. Zooming back out, even a little bit of snowfall up in the mountains. This storm system that is just continuing to push closer and closer into Colorado, kind of parked across the Four Corners, is going to be bringing the state pretty much a dose of everything. Severe thunderstorms, the possibility for tornadoes, as we're seeing right now, and even snowfall up in the mountains. I want to get out to that CDOT camera if we do have it. I believe we were looking at I-25 and Greenland Road. So you can certainly see the darker skies in the distance. Not necessarily a great vantage point of this storm, but definitely it almost looks like a wall of water that's going to be pushing closer and closer in. My colleague Chris Bianchi, he's out in the other weather center, continuing to keep a close eye on the threat for seeing potentially a tornado. Chris, again, I want to remind folks, we have not had any confirmation that a tornado has touched down. there's just the potential out there.
No, and Danielle, by the way, there's a new tornado warning that's been issued just to the west of Colorado Springs. This would be in southern Teller County, where a new tornado warning has just been issued, and this goes to at least the bottom of the hour until 3:30 or so. But the main focal point of concern, and again, I kind of want to keep bringing things back to a bit more of a wide perspective, because the majority of the Denver area right now, the majority, I would say 90–95% of us right now are just seeing really ominous looking skies. But you look to the south and west, and this is really knocking on our doorstep. So now is the time. You've still got time if you're watching me from downtown Denver, even the south side of the metro area. I think we've still got a little bit of time to get that car inside the garage or the carport, if you have access to one. Any sort of hail precautions. And also, of course, we've got active tornado warnings to the south and west of the city, and this huge spike in lightning, which tells me these storms are strengthening rapidly as they move to the north and east. So now is the time to just think about where to go. If a tornado warning is issued for your location, first things first, ideally it's a basement or a storm shelter. If you don't have that, you're talking about an innermost room away from any windows on the lowest floor possible. So again, lowest floor possible, cedar closet, bathroom. Again, just think in general. Just take 5 seconds right now. Think about that space in your home or your office, wherever it is you are right now. And if you know somebody who's out on the roads, now's the time to come home. You certainly need to be, again, this includes the entire Denver area. You shouldn't be out and about right now. You shouldn't be going to the grocery store. This is not the time for that. You should be staying put right now and just keeping it here on 9 News. All right, closer look in with that in mind. I just wanted to put that out there for the Denver metro area, because these storms are heading in our direction probably within the hour. But right now, we've got a bunch of tornado warnings this is for Teller County. This is the newest one, just issued along Highway 24 and points south of there, just to the south of Woodland Park. And then also this tornado warning, this is for far southwestern Douglas County, as well as the far eastern sliver of Jefferson County. And then off to the north, we do have that tornado warning. This is going to be for northwestern Douglas County, as well as the eastern sliver of Jefferson County. So again, a bunch of tornado warnings in place south and west of Denver. But again, general motion of these storms, these continue to lift off the north and east. And as they do so, one thing that I'm noting within these cells is that we've seen pretty rapid expansion in the amount of lightning strikes. So lightning, obviously, probably don't have to tell you that there's a lot of energy within a lightning bolt. Temperatures within a lightning strike can get up to 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when you've got a lightning strike, you've got a lot of energy, right? And when you see a big spike in lightning, like what you're seeing here on the southwest side of town, these storms are likely intensifying as they approach the Denver area. So I know we've been kind of talking about this for the last, feels like a couple days or so for us here across the, about this threat for severe weather. It's here. It's knocking on our doorstep, and there's no reason to be alarmed. Just know it's heading in our direction, and probably within the next hour and a half, we'll probably be dealing with at least some hail, perhaps severe caliber hail, as well as the potential for some tornadoes to move their way into the metro area over the next little while. Closer look in here, and maybe a bit more in the way of specifics about this tornado warning. The center of rotation right now is approaching Roxborough, and just to the west of Highway 85. This would be between 285 and 85, where we're seeing kind of the core of this rotation. And something I mentioned a few minutes ago, just before Danielle sent things back over to me, there's that, when you see a big spike in lightning like that and you've got a tornado-warned storm, a tornado, obviously, you have a lot of rotation within it. But when you see a little spike in lightning, that tells us, again, that the storm is intensifying, and that's something you often see just before or during the process of a tornado forming. So if you're watching me from Roxborough right now, there's a lot of rain, a lot of hail within this storm, so you will not be able to see the tornado. Do not go looking for it. Just take our word that there is indeed a tornado either imminent or ongoing right now. Right now, this is right near the center of Roxborough. And don't go looking for it, because, again, it does look pretty likely at this point that we do have a tornado, again, either imminent or on the ground just to the south of Roxborough. Highlands Ranch, this is heading in your direction, as well as the southwestern part of Arapahoe County. This is heading in your direction in the next few minutes. I'm going to set things back over to meteorologist Danielle Grant for a bit more.
Hey, Chris, I just wanted to get out there and kind of showcase the tornado warnings that we do have, as well as the severe thunderstorm warning. It's so active when we have the radar on top of it, as well as the lightning, the satellite. So just to get a good idea of what we have going on, actually, it does look like that severe thunderstorm warning was just canceled out. So a bit of good news. However, we we still have 2 tornado warnings that we're looking at. Again, this first one that is inching closer toward Highlands Ranch, Douglas and Jefferson County. It's going to continue until 3:30. We have another about 15 minutes to go, and then the one just to the south also until 3:30. These are 2 separate cells that we're watching with the potential for seeing 2 separate tornadoes coming through. You can see the one to the south near West Creek, just off to kind of the north and to the west, rolling off the foothills as we speak, kind of pushing into a better atmosphere for seeing a bit more rotation, hence the reason we have that one warned. I'm also looking at this cell. I just want to zoom in right there around I-25 toward Larkspur. Looks like it's putting down some decent sized hail. Would not be surprised if we do see that one get warned here shortly. For folks driving up and down I-25, it is going to be a bit messy out there coming back from work, heading to work tonight, just because we're anticipating storm after storm after storm. I want to show you our CDOT camera because we positioned this one right there. I believe this is out kind of at the outlets in Castle Rock. You can see the camera just kind of shaking a bit in the wind. Still plenty of rain out there too. It looks like folks are taking it somewhat slow anyway, but more wet weather, the potential for seeing more severe storms certainly on deck for us as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Like Chris has been saying, it really looks like the threat here in the metro area is going to continue until about 6, 7 o'clock for the strongest, the most severe thunderstorms, the best possibility for us to see large hail, as well as potential tornadoes coming out of these storms that are rolling off the foothills. Again, this is kind of the live view that we're looking at the moment as this severe cell is inching closer toward Highlands Ranch. It's right there, kind of pushing closer towards Centennial too. So just heads up, it's coming your way. You guys aren't under the tornado warning at this hour, but I would not be surprised as it gets closer if we do potentially see that continuing just a bit. It does look like we are seeing some reports with $half-dollar sized hail within this cell that is heading toward Highlands Ranch. That, of course, can do some serious damage to cars, the roof. I know this is just springtime across the Rockies, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that playing out across the metro area. Ken Carroll, looks like some strong showers, some lightning strikes coming our way, as well as out there toward Chatfield State Park. We'll zoom out and just looks like some rain showers for now around Littleton. However, this monster of a storm is pushing up to the north and to the east. And certainly looks like it's going to pack a good punch for the majority of the metro area. The storm system is not going anywhere anytime soon. If anything, it's going to be encountering a bit more moisture, and that unfortunately means it will just act as fuel to keep these thunderstorms going. I want to show you another kind of live camera across downtown Denver. We just have mostly cloudy skies. That really has been the name of the game throughout the day. I am seeing some breaks, however, off in the distance. If we just get a little bit of sunshine coming through, that heat is going to allow these thunderstorms to magnify big time. So keep that in mind. The threat is not over, even though we just have cloudy skies here in the city. Some serious to potentially severe thunderstorms with the threat for tornadoes on the way. As we look at the entire state, of course, our focus has been across the tornado warnings here around parts of the Denver metro area, but we still have a lot of action into southern Colorado, a lot of lightning, a line of storms moving into Kansas at this hour. But again, the majority of the warnings that we are seeing just positioned to the south and to the west of the Denver area. Right now, the heaviest rain coming through, as well as all of the lightning, the hail, just to the west and to the south of Highlands Ranch. Again, this cell that's sitting just to the south, right there around, looks like Highway 285, Highway 85, I should say, producing quite a bit of hail, and also near the Roxborough area. I wouldn't be surprised if you folks out there are seeing $half-dollar, maybe even baseball-sized hail within this cell. This is just going to continue to inch closer and closer here to the city, and that is going to be the case for really the next hour to 2 hours. It looks like we do have another tornado warning in and around Midland, Colorado, and Divide. Kind of zoom out. we still are going to be tracking the potential for tornadoes, not just here for the metro area, but also across parts of the state too. So it's not just here for the metro, but again, much of the region is going to be dealing with the threat for severe thunderstorms out there. Let's take another quick look at some of our CDOT cameras, if we can kind of switch them around, see what we have going on. This is at Plum Creek Parkway, and the rain showers steadily coming through. It looks like folks still weathering the storm, driving out there right now. I don't see any hail coming through, but definitely, hopefully, folks are heading toward the garage, heading to some shelter and safety. Let's see. It looks like my colleague meteorologist Chris Bianchi, we're in separate rooms, but he's able to text me, and it is not looking good as far as that cell that's toward Perry Park. Looks like maybe we have something on the ground, Chris.
The radar indications, and I'm going to zip on in here on this tornado warning that's in it would be this one, just the west of West Creek. The velocity picture on this here, folks, and this is something we don't often see at 7,000. I'm guessing here we might be even close to 7,500 feet in elevation, that we have a very likely tornado on the ground. This right now, this storm, this is far southwestern Douglas County. Just for a little bit of reference, this would be Jefferson County, the southern sliver of it. This would be Park County, and this is the southwestern sliver of Douglas County. And this right in here, just the kind of west, maybe west-northwest of West Creek, this out of the tornado warnings to me looks like it has the very likely indication that we have a tornado that is ongoing here. And for obviously, that is important to get that out to you. Also, meteorologically, it is just not common to see a tornado, or this is a supercell tornado that is likely ongoing at 7,000 to 7,500 feet in elevation. So again, please take this seriously. Innermost room, away from any windows, basement, storm shelter first. If not, you're talking about innermost room, away from any windows, cedar closet, bathroom, something like that. Castle Rock, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This has been issued for the I-25 corridor. Danielle was just talking about it. We were just showing you the CDOT camera. Folks, this is not the time to be going grocery shopping or going to happy hour, nothing like that. You might have some sort of errands to run. Push them off. I'm sure people will understand. We've got several tornado warnings ongoing for the southwest side of the Denver metro area. I think a lot of people are aware of the situation. It can wait. Just hold on here and let these storms go on by, because we probably here in the Denver area, it's really the next 1 to 2 hours where I think this is going to be our primary window for the strong to severe thunderstorms to move their way on through. But now starting to see some of these storms kind of inching closer, starting to get to that C470 loop and kind of the southern fringe here, maybe Lone Tree on west to Highlands Ranch, starting to see those initial downpours, and these storms will continue to lift north. So again, Denver right now just kind of cloudy, gray, maybe hearing a rumble of thunder off in the distance. Next hour, hour and a half, things will start to get a lot more intense. But certainly for us, we have quite a bit in the way of action here on the northwest side of Douglas County, as well as northern and eastern parts. This would be the kind of eastern fringe of Jefferson County, where we do have this tornado warning. This goes until 3:30 p.m. local time. This new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for the I-25 corridor, including downtown Castle Rock, this one goes till 4 o'clock. This one just issued. Again, this one includes Castle Rock, Castle Pines, as well as the Pinery Parker. Now is the time, if you have access to a garage or a carport, now is the time to get in there, get that car in there, and maybe already a little bit too late, just the south of Castle Rock as well. You look off to the north again, Centennial, Highlands Ranch, probably the next 10-15 minutes, you're going to start to see this storm move its way in your direction. And then next up would be the southern fringe of Denver County, maybe Centennial Airport, as well on east here into the north side of Parker, as well as maybe here into Englewood. This is where, again, probably the next 15-20 minutes, I think this storm will start to approach your direction. And I would be ready for large hail and the potential for an isolated tornado or two with the storms as they move to the north and west. This is the tornado warning. This is the one, again, that right now, this storm just to the north and west of West Creek, this looks pretty likely to be producing a tornado at the moment, just the northwest of West Creek, tornado warning until the bottom of the hour. I would imagine this will get extended beyond 3:30, but right now this goes only for the next few minutes. And we also, by the way, have that tornado warning down into Teller County. This is the one that Danielle was talking about in Midland and Divide. This is just the south of 285, where we do have this tornado warning. This goes till 3:45, so the next 20 minutes, seeing some rotation out there just the south and west of Woodland Park on Highway 24. So obviously here, folks, definitely want to avoid these areas. And again, it is not particularly common for us to be talking about tornado warnings at 8,000 feet in elevation. Normally, we'll see those into the eastern part of Colorado. These are tornado warnings that are taking place, and I think it's worth noting in places that may not be as used to getting those. So, what happens with all this? As these storms move north and east, as I mentioned, I think in Denver we need to start thinking about, again, now's not the time to go grocery shopping, any sort of errands. This is not the time for that. Just stay in, hunker down. Now's the time for that. These storms, as they approach us from the south and west, over the next probably hour or two, we'll see those strongest storms move through. And then by about 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight, I do think that severe threat is going to go down pretty quickly here, folks. By about sunset, these storms, at least for the metro area, should be long over and done with by about 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight. So that's the good news. We don't have long to go with this. We will transition to more of a kind of heavy rain threat for most of us. Maybe 1 or 2 stronger storms still lingering north and east of the city, but these storms are going to move from southwest to northeast. So again, we don't have long to go here, folks. So again, if you're thinking about that errand or something to do right now, or you're thinking about doing something, again, just hold off for a couple hours and things will get a lot better. What you're looking at here, this is CDOT. This is at Plum Creek Parkway. So this would be just the south of Castle Rock, where you can see that heavy rain. This is in the core of that severe thunderstorm warned storm on I-25. Good to see, honestly, by the way. It looks like there's not a ton of traffic. I think when we showed this camera about 15, 20 minutes ago, there were a lot more people out there, and it looks like hopefully folks are heeding our warnings, just staying inside. Again, you don't want to be driving through these storms today. We've been talking about this for a couple of days now. These storms could potentially be packing baseball-sized hail within them. You don't want to be driving through that unless you want to have your car encounter some damage or perhaps worse. And we're talking about tornado warnings on the south and west side here of the metro area. So obviously not the time to be out and about. So again, a bit more about that forecast. Once we get through tonight, 7, 8 o'clock, we'll start to see more of that just kind of heavy rain threat. And then for tomorrow, it's just a plain rain threat. So Danielle, I know that things right now are looking pretty ominous, but I think it's worth pointing out that, again, 2, 3, 4 hours from now, I think the majority of the metro area will be out of this threat.
Yeah, the threat will be over. But Chris, like you said, we're kind of in the thick of it right now. So folks really need to heed these warnings, as we have tornado warnings in place for parts of the southern metro area and also severe thunderstorm warnings too. This one's going to continue until 4 o'clock. So we still have another about 30 minutes to go. It's encompassing a good chunk of the I-25 corridor in Douglas County. Within this cell, you can kind of see it stretching from Larkspur all the way up to Castle Rock, Castle Pines North through Lone Tree. We're looking anywhere between 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts coming through. That's going to do some damage. Right now, it looks like the potential for quarter size. That's about an inch or so in diameter, but still, that can do some damage to roofs, sidings. We could see tree damage, and then, of course, with the hail, car damage as well if you don't have it in the garage under some kind of protection. This is going to be really the story that we're monitoring for the next about 2 hours time as this storm system just crawls to the north, kind of veering off to the north and to the east over the course of the next couple of hours. We have those tornado warnings, as Chris was mentioning, until 3:30. It looks like we just have a couple more minutes to go, so it will be interesting to see if the National Weather Service extends out that warning, which it looks like potentially it just did, at least for our tornado warning to the south, that cell that Chris has been keeping a close eye on with the potential for some rotation in the foothills. How rare is that to see? But it's May and we can see just about anything here in Colorado. This tornado warning, let's see if I can get a little bit more information on it. My mouse isn't working. All right, there it is. Yep, they did. They just extended it out until 4 o'clock. Again, this is still going to encompass parts of central Douglas County and also southeastern Jefferson County for another 30 minutes time. It does look like this is still just radar indicated rotation. We have not had any confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground, but this storm certainly has the potential to be rotating. Right now, it also looks to be putting down half-dollar size hail. I mean, just a mess. But again, right now it's in the foothills, but it looks like the track of this cell is going to be moving to the north about 35 miles per hour or so. I mentioned this other tornado warning that we have just a bit further to the north that includes parts of Roxborough, Castle Pines North, and that one also just extended out until 4 p.m. So again, it was set to expire at 3:30. Now we're looking at another 30 minutes to go with this particular cell as it's crossing crawling closer and closer into the metro area. This storm system does have a history of producing large hail. Easily, we could be looking at half-dollar size hail within this cell that's already impacting our neighbors around Ken Carroll, through Littleton, Highlands Ranch, right there around C470. Folks dealing with the thick of it, and really the strongest area of low pressure, the strongest storms that we're still looking at are just to the south of the immediate metro area, south of C470. So once it crosses over, we're going to be in business in and around Cherry Hills Village, through Littleton, all the way up to Glendale, and then of course downtown Denver. This storm system looks to be in South Platte around 340, and then of course it's been impacting folks around Roxborough Park, Sedalia, as it continues to march up to the north. Folks, this is a tornado warning. Despite the fact that we don't have any confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground, we want to treat it as such. This is a very dangerous storm. And look what we have just another tornado warning that went into effect. Not surprised at all. This one veering out a bit more to the northeast. Now will include parts of not only Douglas County, but northwestern Elbert County. And that one is going to continue until 4 o'clock. We have that cell that's just starting to shift to the east of I-25, moving to the northeast. Looks like about 35 miles per hour or so. And yet again, we have another tornado warning that the National Weather Service has just issued. I want to get a little bit more information about this one, because this now includes parts of Centennial. It includes 225, Arapahoe, as well as Douglas counties, and all of these set to expire at 4 o'clock. Still another 30 minutes to go, but would not be surprised if we see it continue to extend, because our atmosphere is primed. We have all the moisture in place. We have the winds coming through, and this means that we are going to be watching the threat for severe weather to continue over the course of the next couple of hours. Like I said, with this cell, we don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but it certainly is possible. This does include Stonegate, Parker, Foxfield, and then tracking up in and around parts of Arapahoe County. This storm system is going to be a bit messy. It looks like it'll make its way through Aurora, the Greenwood Village area by about 3:50. So folks in that location, just be mindful, find your basement, find your safe space, get the kids in if they've been playing outside. Make sure you have the pets indoors, as this storm system is going to be a whopper. And certainly we are going to potentially be looking at some serious hail damage and wind damage from this just massive, massive severe thunderstorm that is on the south side of the Denver area. I want to get us out to some of our CDOT cameras. Okay, we're looking at I-25 and Wolfsenberger. This is just a mess coming through. It looks like folks taking it very, very slow out there. The rain, hard to even see anything. Would not be surprised if we're watching visibility dropping off quite a bit too. We're just getting some new reports too that we have potentially 1.25 inch size hail in Douglas and Jefferson counties within both of those cells. Again, everything is moving off to the north, tracking about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So it's just going to continue to impact folks. If you live further north than this is going to be just a mess, and we're going to be in the thick of it, like Chris was saying, for the next couple of hours. Chris, all eyes now as this storm is edging closer and closer to the heart of the city, downtown Denver, over the course of really the next 30 to 45 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely here, Danielle. And you said it perfectly, that these storms are moving increasingly into an environment that is really ripe for these storms to continue to strengthen. So I would not expect these storms to weaken as they move north into the heart of the Denver area. Again, basically the entire south side of the Denver metro area under a tornado warning at this point. You need to be taking these precautions right now. Again, basement storm shelter, if not innermost room, away from any windows, lowest floor possible. But I was just taking a look at this storm out here, just the south and west of Castle Rock, and this storm just had an estimated wind gust, estimated on radar, about 85, 90 mile an hour winds. So these are serious winds. Even if for whatever reason we don't have a tornado within these storms are producing winds likely in excess of 80 miles an hour as they push from south to north and they move into the heart of the Denver metro area. Again, this is that new tornado warning that's just been issued. This would be for parts of Arapahoe County. This would be just the south and east of the Denver line here. So this would be just the south. This would be Aurora, South Aurora on south into this would be kind of just the east of Centennial Airport, where we're looking at that highest risk for a tornado right now. But a close look in here, tornado warning until 4 o'clock. This covers most of western Douglas County as well as the eastern sliver here of Jefferson County, and basically all of Douglas County at this point is under a tornado warning. We do have that tornado warning that's just been issued until 4:15, covering Centennial on north and east, and then from the western edge here of Elbert County extending back over to Parker and Highway 83, tornado warning up until the next few minutes. Okay, this is Corey Reppenhagen, and this is going to be I-70 right now, where we're seeing some of those storms developing out there. This is I-70 east of the airport, where things certainly looking pretty ominous off in the distance there. And based on the mile marker, it looks like he's near Strasburg right now. So this would be, again, I-70 just the east of the airport, where things looking pretty ominous at this point. So what Corey was looking at, I think he's looking off to the south right now. So he's looking at this cell that is approaching Parker and roughly parallel to Highway 83, as well as this would be a C-470 here, where we're seeing some of the storms. Notice that big spike in lightning, by the way, here in Centennial as well. These storms packing a real punch. And just kind of maybe take a look a little further off to the south. This storm right here over Castle Rock, the kind of core of that storm is right over downtown Castle Rock as we speak. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about maybe golf ball sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger than that, with this storm that is moving over downtown Castle Rock as we speak. So in addition to the tornado threat, of course, tornado warnings continue. That means a tornado is either imminent or it is ongoing. And this is a look at that tornado warning. This is Castle Rock here. This is the south side of Castle Rock. And it looks like traffic is basically stopped here. And obviously you can see a whole lot in the way of that heavy rain and probably some hail mixed in there. So Danielle, right now, this is going to be that tornado warning over Castle Rock, and we're probably seeing golf ball size hail, if not a bit bigger, with this particular storm.
Chris, I just got some information on that CDOT camera that you were showing down south. We're looking at a half-mile visibility just because that rain is coming through. The storm system is out there, creating quite a mess on the roadways. Like you said, hail is certainly going to be possible too. I just threw on the hail tracks on the radar so we can kind of get a good idea of what to expect, what we have already seen within these storms. Easily 1 inch to 1.5 inch size hail on the west side of Douglas County, and then within that cell right there around I-25 and Castle Pines North, heading closer in toward Lone Tree, we also have been looking at easily radar indicated hail about 1 inch to 1.5 inches in diameter. This cell that we have seen on radar is packing a really good punch, and it's going to continue to do so as we zoom in and impact folks out there heading towards Centennial, Greenwood Village. We're already starting to see the heavy rain, not to mention the light show with all of this lightning coming through. The tornado warning still going to continue for about the next 20 minutes time, so just be vigilant out there. Get the pets in, get the kids in, find your safe space, head to the basement now, because this storm system definitely could produce some rotation, and potentially we could be looking at some tornadic activity. I just threw on a little bit more information about that particular polygon that we have in Arapahoe and Douglas counties until 4 o'clock. That's the tornado warning, but again, we only have radar indication. We'll continue to see the potential for quarter-sized hail that definitely could be an issue out there. We'll zoom back in. I kind of want to see what's going on the west side of town. Right now, it doesn't look like we have necessarily any warnings going for Lakewood, but this storm system is starting to stretch out just a bit as it's encountering more moist air, so to speak. Our dew points are high in and around the Lakewood area. Heavy, heavy downpours coming through, and all of this charging to the north. So I would not be surprised if we do potentially see the threat for more severe storms to be popping up. We knew that today was going to be an active day across Colorado, across the Front Range, as we are under an enhanced risk for seeing severe storms, and that is exactly what Mother Nature is bringing to us. We were talking about the dew point earlier, and you know, Colorado is so dry. Typically, here around the Front Range, typically we're looking at dew points in the teens and 20s, like our neighbors across the western slope are. This afternoon, we have dew points in the 50s. That's measuring the amount of moisture in the air. That is measuring the fuel, so to speak, to allow these thunderstorms to continue to move on. So we have the moisture in place. The winds, surprisingly, have not been all that bad. Looking at 30-mile-per-hour gusts around the Centennial area, but I would not be surprised within some of these stronger cells that we don't have potential data points at, we're looking at stronger winds that are coming through. This cell continuing its move northward into Douglas County, now impacting parts of Arapahoe County. Centennial looking at incredibly heavy rain and hail coming through the west side of town. I just want to actually take off the radar so we can see exactly what's in play. The west side of town does not have any sort of warning in place, no severe thunderstorm warning. We don't have a tornado warning. However, you still are looking at the threat for seeing strong storms. I want to take a look at a CDOT camera. This is C470 and Yosemite. Still some heavy rainfall coming down. It looks like the crowds are thinning. I like that. Hopefully folks getting to where they need to, getting to their safe place, because this is going to be just a messy afternoon across the metro area. We're leaning in closer to the 4 o'clock hour. Folks maybe trying to get out of work a little early, be out on the roads, and unfortunately this really is not an ideal time to be out on the roads, especially around I-25, I-225, for just the threat of seeing large hail out there. Areas in blue, do you kind of see that around Castle Rock? The blue on our radar, that is the hail that is coming through this storm system. You can see the swath widespread stretching almost toward Franktown. So I would get ready, folks out there, not just looking at the heavy rain, but also some really huge hail within these cells. Again, as we zoom up just to the east of Lone Tree, right there around I-25, heading closer towards Centennial, just a little spot of blue indicating we can potentially be looking at more hail coming through. Everywhere else, kind of zooming back out in and around Douglas County, right there on the border of Jeffco in the foothills, it looks like another spot with the potential for seeing some hail too. I want to zoom back out, and we still have a lot of lightning. That also can be equally as dangerous too. I am getting some reports into the Weather Center right there on I-25 north of Larkspur that the highway is actually covered in pea-size hail. And traffic has slowed. People trying to park under the underpasses, just trying to save their cars, right? This lines up with that cell that is now inching a little bit further north of Larkspur and impacting our neighbors in Castle Rock. That's the cell that has been putting down so much hail and will continue to do so as it rolls to the north. My colleague, meteorologist Chris Bianchi, he's been also monitoring these storms out there for us too. And you know, Chris, we were watching the radar last night in northern Colorado, seeing the huge hail, baseball-sized hail, just blasting across Erie through Greeley, Longmont, and once again, this same threat shaping up across parts of the Denver metro area for us.
Exactly right. Unfortunately, that threat for large hail is now over an even wider population area than what we saw late last night when Tacoma, Frederick, Erie, amongst many other places, getting a lot of that large hail. Unfortunately, now we're talking about that similar, if not maybe even a slightly more enhanced threat for that across the southern and eastern side of the metro area. Let's take a look at our CDOT camera here at, this would be at Ridgegate. This would be on the kind of south side of Lone Tree. This would be kind of in the core of the storm. And by the way here, folks, you can see some of that hail that has accumulated on Interstate 25 out there. A lot of brake lights. Folks, and this includes the entire Denver area, do not go out on the roads right now. This is not the time to be running any sort of errands or, I don't know, happy hour, anything like that. Now's not the time. If you're at work, just stay at work. And by the way, if you know somebody in that similar situation, tell them the same thing. Just stay inside for the next hour or two. Things will get better. It's just got to wait a little while until these storms move their way on through. But you can see hail that is accumulating out there on Interstate 25. Looks like the core of that storm has maybe now just lifted off to the north. And that tells me that probably the core of that storm is now just the north of C470. So kind of going back over to the radar here, probably the core of that particular storm is now moving right around Centennial Airport, maybe a little further west, somewhere between Centennial Airport and I-25, maybe getting into the DTC right now. This is where we need to be extra cautious, not only about that tornado threat, but also this is where the large hail threat is ongoing as we speak. Closer look in here, we've got several different tornado warnings that are ongoing. So basically the entire south side of the Denver metro area, about 80–90% of it right now, is under a tornado warning, and the warnings go until at least 4 o'clock. In a few cases, they go until 4:15, and Centennial, Parker included within that tornado warning. Right now, it looks like the core of the Castle Rock storm would be just to the east. So this would be kind of getting towards Ponderosa Park, the Pinery. That's along Highway 83 where we're seeing the core of this particular storm as it pulls its way off to the north and off slightly to the east as well. Highlands Ranch getting some hail right now, and looks like to me at this point, this storm is going to continue to lift its way off to the north and east. So the DTC, if you're not already seeing that hail, it looks like it's knocking on your doorstep. Meantime, this is the latest, the most recent tornado warning that was just issued a few minutes ago. This covers most of central Arapahoe County from C-470. This would be kind of the racetrack on to the west and to I-25 and DTC. Let's take a look here at another camera here, and this would be I-25 and County Line, where we're seeing hail out there on the road as well. So just kind of want to re-emphasize the point here, folks. Do not be out on the roadways right now, because we're seeing that hail that is accumulating on the roadways. And this is, again, I-25 at County Line. So this is probably the core of the storm, and the accumulating hail right now is probably falling right over the DTC. So 225, that means you're up next. We're talking about Hampton Road, that 225, I-25 merger area. Again, this is where we're seeing the core of this hailstorm, and downtown Denver probably going to be in the next 15-20 minutes dealing with this situation. So again, that's why I want to kind of read.
Hey, Chris, can I just jump in?
Yep.
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead, Danielle. Sorry,
really quick.
We're in different rooms. It's tough.
I know. I just, as you were showing kind of that hail and the core of the hail kind of positioned across parts of Centennial and the DTC, I just put it on HD Doppler 9. This is our hail tracks, so we can get an estimate of exactly what is falling. And you can see right there at C470 and I-25, that is the bullseye, pretty much Lincoln Avenue. It looks like we're tracking an inch, potentially even larger, an inch and a half or so in diameter. And like you said, this cell is tracking to the north. So our neighbors just to the north in Centennial, Greenwood Village, Aurora, across 225, folks, get ready for this. This is going to be a mess. Did you just see what happened? We're starting to see more hail tracks coming through. And again, that looks very similar to that inch and a half or so in diameter. That's the size of a quarter. We're looking at potentially $half sized hail. As we zoom back further to the south into Douglas County, those storms that have been coming through, easily dropping just to the east of I-25 and east of Castle Rock, closer to 2 inches in diameter. So this is what you're going to encounter if you are heading in and around I-25. Beware, these storms are capable for producing incredibly large hail, and this threat is going to continue as we look ahead toward the next couple of hours. We have that tornado warning in place. Still have not seen much in the way of confirmation about a tornado actually on the ground. However, just hopping on Twitter, folks reminding us too that there's a lot of water with this storm that's coming through. It's now almost become a wall of water, so to speak. So we're seeing what I'm reading, some major street flooding also happening, not just on the interstates, but the neighborhood streets as well. This is going to be a very messy situation that we're watching over the course of the next couple of hours. It has been so dry around here that this water really has nowhere to go because our soils have been so dry. So hopefully we can get rid of the flooding concerns, but that also is going to be a threat, along with rotating thunderstorms, the potential for tornadoes, and large hail. This tornado warning that I'm watching right now still in place for Arapahoe and Douglas counties until 4 o'clock, another about 10-12 minutes to go, inching closer and closer toward DIA. Keep in mind, I would not be surprised if they're going to be doing a ground stop if they have not already, as this wall is encroaching closer and closer out toward the airport. You're picking folks up. Just make sure you call ahead, because it's going to be a mess out there. Would not be surprised if we have a lot of delays and flights. Chris, I mean, you love flying. You love kind of tracking everything that's coming in and out of DIA. Do you have any idea if they're already on a ground stop, or what folks can expect heading out there?
If you're heading out to DIA, you got a flight in the next couple of hours, Danielle, good luck. And either way, because you probably are not, you're probably going to be talking about significant delays. Planes are going to have a very difficult time, obviously, taking off in this. Pilots, aviation, they're going to avoid these sorts of storms. All means necessary, but the other thing to keep in mind as well is that it's just going to be pretty nasty as well. I just want to take you out. This is Sedalia. This is into us within the last few minutes, and obviously hail Jason Anderson sending this to us. Hail covering the ground out there. And again, this would be in Sedalia. This was a tornado-warned storm, and this is that same cluster of storms that's now moving its way into the south side of the metro area. But look at all that hail covering the ground, and we are now seeing that across the core of the Denver, kind of the south side of the Denver metro area. But this from Sedalia, from John Anderson just a few minutes ago, and thanks to John for sending that in. Of course, you can send in your pictures and your videos to us as well. We'd certainly appreciate it. Now, one thing I want to note here as well, maybe for areas along and west of I-25, maybe a little bit of good news here, because this storm, or this kind of cluster of storms, it's starting to kind of inch a little further to the east. These storms have been primarily moving kind of from south to north, but I'm starting to see a bit more of an eastward, just kind of nudge to these storms. And what that could do here is kind of keep the core of the storm well, maybe hopefully east of 225, hopefully east of 470, and avoid the majority of the metro area. But at this point, the eastern fringe of the metro area at this point, to me, appears to be at the greatest risk of seeing some of this large hail, as well as the possibility for tornadoes. And by the way, just saw a report a few minutes ago. I'm going to go back to this storm here of a wall cloud just to the north and west of Parker. A wall cloud is the parent cloud to a tornado. So if you're getting a tornado, usually you have this kind of little base just below the cloud base. And so again, a wall cloud is the parent cloud to a tornado. It means that we could be talking about an imminent tornado threat for us with this tornado-warned storm just to the north of Parker. Again, tornado warning continues there until 4 o'clock. But Danielle, some things back over to you.
Yeah, you kind of see the coloring contour on the radar, Chris, just getting more and more intense within that cell. I have some new information for folks living in Jeffco. Schools out there, all the athletics as well as the after-school activities have been canceled. Students will not be dismissed till the warning is lifted. So kind of keep that in mind if you're going to pick up your kiddos out there, or perhaps now you're going to need to do that because all the athletics as well as after-school activities have since been canceled. I want to show you, if we can, check out meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen's shot. Of course, we've been watching the radar all afternoon, kind of showcasing these strong to severe thunderstorms pushing in from the south. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen has been kind of driving around in the 9 News Weather Titan, trying to get a good vantage point on these storms. He has been in and around I-70, I believe, kind of heading closer and closer into the city. For now, it looks like dry roads where he is at, but certainly some dark skies in the distance. He's always our man, trying to get to the center of the storm, and I am sure he's going to be there before you know it. Let's get back out to HD Doppler 9 so you can kind of see what's going on. Just because those warnings have since canceled out into Jefferson County, we now kind of are shifting our focus just a bit further to the east. And these tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warning that's going over Castle Rock now showcasing that these cells are taking a more northeasterly direction rather than directly north. This is a bit of good news for the heart of the city and downtown Denver. We're still looking at rain, but right now it doesn't look like the worst of it will be tracking across downtown. Unfortunately, this does mean DIA will be impacted by it. The severe thunderstorm warning in Douglas County continuing until 4 o'clock. Just got an update down there that not only are they looking at winds upwards of 60 miles per hour within that cell that's getting closer toward Parker and Elizabeth, but also the possibility of ping pong ball sized hail within that one. Of course, the tornado warning in Arapahoe and Douglas County continuing until 4 o'clock. We'll see when the National Weather Service, what they do with this one. Would not be surprised if we see it extended out to continue along 225 and then heading out toward Pena and DIA, where folks definitely will see the worst of it coming their direction, and not an ideal location too, with so many folks trying to get in and out of the city, out of the airport. Within this cell, we have also been seeing some reports of half-dollar size hail. I just showed you those hail tracks, and they just continue to grow, continue to get bigger on the screen. Let me see if I can get a better estimate of exactly kind of what's going on. It looks like right there around Broncos Parkway, looking at 1.5 inches or so. Golf ball size hail not out of the question, as this cell is just inching closer toward Parker Road and 225, putting down some serious hail in that area, and will continue to do so as it moves in and around Aurora. So our neighbors that live around 225, if you don't have the car in the garage yet, now is the time. The pets in the backyard, bring them inside, as this thunderstorm is going to be pushing in closer and closer, and you folks will be seeing the impacts primarily with the really huge hail out there and incredibly heavy rains that are coming through. I'll toss it back to my colleague, meteorologist Chris Bianchi out there. You can see so much lightning also, Chris, on the radar. It seems like Mother Nature is throwing pretty much each and every threat our way this afternoon with these thunderstorms. I guess the only caveat is we have a couple more hours to go, and then hopefully we can all breathe a sigh of relief and not have to deal with too much damage from these storms today.
Wouldn't it be? But of course, Danielle, you were just talking about this a couple minutes ago, that we've started to see that bit more of a northeasterly pull. That may, and I want to caution this, tornadoes, tornado-warned storms tend to move in erratic directions. So sometimes they can ebb one way and then they'll ebb in a different direction. So tornado-warned storms are known for kind of being fickle movers. But that said, within the last few minutes, started to see a bit more of that easterly turn. Danielle was just talking about this a second ago. That would be good news for the downtown area and for the majority of the metro area, because that would keep the core of the storm and the hail core within this perhaps 2-inch diameter hail that'd be the size of an egg, something like that. That would keep that away from the majority of the metro area. But it's very, very close, obviously. And also, we're seeing some of that large hail right now over Centennial, over the north side of Parker, as well as on up to the southeastern corner of Aurora and getting out towards the kind of the Arapahoe racetrack area. And that would mean that DIA, Danielle was mentioning this a few minutes ago, I was just looking at the at DIA, and it doesn't look like much is getting in or out at the moment. They got one runway with planes coming in, one runway planes going out. Long story short, not much is getting in or out of the airport at the moment, and anything that is getting in or out will probably shut down here within the next few minutes as the storm approaches. Close look in here again. The core of this storm, this would be kind of Glendale, kind of south and east of Glendale, but probably more here from, this would be kind of Lone Tree, Centennial on east. It looks like the core of the storm is right over the Centennial Airport as we speak right now. This would be right around Parker Road as well as Arapahoe Road. That's where the core of that storm looks to be at the moment. Still some storms off to our south and west. These ones are weaker. A little bit of good news for Jefferson County. We did have that earlier tornado warning. That has since been lifted. So Jefferson County no longer under a tornado warning, and it looks like things may be improving for areas west of I-25. At this point, to me, it appears the greatest concern will be along and east of I-25. And this is what we were kind of banking on a couple hours ago. It looked like the worst of the threat would be east of I-25, and it looks like now that threat is, again, transitioning to more of an east side of the metro area threat at this point. But downtown Aurora, the airport, even Montbello, Green Valley Ranch, I think that you're still within that threat zone, so certainly want to be taking those precautions at this point. And then severe thunderstorm warning out here for northern Teller County as well as northwestern parts of El Paso County as well. And also a quick look here at that hail track. We were just showing you that a few minutes ago with Danielle, but it looks like the core of that, again, right around the Centennial Airport, where we do have some of that large hail that continues to pelt that part of the region. So large hail, damaging winds, and yes, tornadoes continue to be a hazard for us across the Denver metro area. We'll keep you posted with the very latest on this right here on 9 News.
Well, 4 o'clock, and we have quite a weather story to tell. This some of the scenes we've been watching throughout this afternoon as things started to come apart weather-wise. It had been forecast, but these were some of the views we saw through the afternoon today, as suddenly from the southwest of the metro area down to south and east Aurora, things have really transitioned to a very rocky afternoon weather-wise, with hail, tornado warnings, and severe weather bounding about.
Plenty of people saw this severe weather overnight, and now the people south of the downtown Denver area are feeling it. They're seeing the hail. There's a lot of warnings about tornado warnings at this point, and people are really concerned. This storm is moving in at the worst possible time during the evening rush.
Well, obviously, we've been talking with Danielle Grant and Chris Bianchi for the last hour or so after these warnings came out. And Danielle, we've been watching this heavy weather make its climb from southwest, really heading right for downtown Denver and maybe just east of downtown.
Yeah, it looks like this specific cell that we have been monitoring with the potential for seeing some tornadic activity is just now starting to shift to the east of the Denver metro area. So a bit of good news, at least for folks downtown. We're just looking at some steady rain. However, not the case for our neighbors off to the east. Right there around 225, they're just getting slammed with hail, heavy rain, and the potential for seeing some tornadic activity. I do want to show you that that tornado warning was just extended out for parts of Arapahoe, Douglas, and Elbert counties, and then just to the north, Adams and Arapahoe. It's just impacting, looks like the southern area of DIA right there around Pena Boulevard. And this, potentially within this cell, we could easily be looking at hail about 2 inches or so in diameter. We've been showing you the hail tracks from some of these storms out there, and the hail unfortunately just continues to grow. You can see that bullseye right there around Parker Road, inching closer toward 225, where we've seen 1 to 2 inches in diameter, and unfortunately the threat is not over yet. We kind of zoom in, and parts of Douglas County certainly impacted by these severe thunderstorms out there. Statewide, what's going on? Maybe you don't live in the southern Denver metro area. You're saying you're just focusing on that. We still have a lot of action out there. However, no advisories, watches, warnings for anywhere except for the southern metro area. I just threw on the lightning tracker, and we have about 400 strikes. Still some pretty good action sitting in far southeastern Colorado, but again, our attention really is now focused across the city, and the fact that this wall is shifting to the north and to the east with the tornado warnings continuing for the next 30 minutes time. We have a lot of lightning within this, and also some serious hail too. It looks like this is going to be an issue for us for the next couple of hours, and then finally the greater Denver metro area will be able to just kind of breathe a sigh of relief. We'll be able to catch a break from the most severe storms as they track off to the northeastern plains. So folks out there, get ready, because these strong thunderstorms are coming your way. We have a bit more heat off to the eastern plains. They saw temperatures in the 60s and 70s this afternoon, while we were stuck in the 50s here in Denver. So some of that heat is going to really allow these thunderstorms to continue to fire up. As we zoom in here, both of those tornado warnings are what we're watching now. We have crews that we are sending across the metro area just to get a good idea of what's happening now and what has already happened, the damage that has been done. What we have seen last night, as you guys mentioned, in northern Colorado around Erie, Greeley, they had to deal with the worst of it, and then now it's the southern metro area that's dealing with the worst of it today.
And we saw that damage, and now when you hear about the hail at Centennial Airport area, that's some expensive property that's out there on the tarmacs.
So true.
So,
and now heading out toward DIA too.
And that causes so much problems.
Yeah, it's going to slow everyone down. And unfortunately, too, the timing of all this, folks trying to get out of work, and they're going to be on the roads as we're tracking, golf ball size hail. Not ideal. Not ideal at all.
All right, Danielle, we'll check back with you in just a couple of minutes. Right now, though, we want to get to meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen. As these storms have been tracking out to the east, he has put himself, well, directly in front of what might be some hail. Corey, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Tom. I've just pulled off into this Shell station just off of E470. It's Gun Club and Jewel, basically. So, yeah, right in the middle of this storm we've got, I'm staying inside the vehicle. You're looking out the dash cam of the 9 News Weather Titan right now, but we're about 3 minutes away from getting impacted by the hail core from one of 2 big storm cells that are moving through the East Metro area. This one that I am in has already had some 1 1/4 inch hail reported, and that's the one that's a little bit closer to the inside of the Denver metro. But there are really 2 storm cells that have large damaging hail and possible tornadoes developing, as the radars have been detecting some rotation in the clouds, but we have not seen any tornadoes or funnels beneath the clouds yet. But it does look to me like these 2 storms are really just getting started, and they could probably go on for hours here. We'll have to make our way back up to I-70 as these 2 storms move through the southeast metro area. They're generally moving towards the northeast, and we'll be able to intercept them once again on I-70 between DIA and Bennett is where these 2 storms, both of them, are headed, and they could be there within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we're going to stay in the vehicle for now and possibly get out of the way of this hail core as it moves in just minutes away from us here on the East Denver Metro. We'll keep you updated to what these 2 storms are doing out here on the east side of the Denver Metro here in just a little while.
And Corey, I know they talked about you're talking about 2 storms, but also Danielle mentioned it's a little bit warmer to the east, and that sky that doesn't look as dark as the rest, that's what really causes some of these problems.
Yes, Kim, that is exactly it. These two cells, these thunderstorm cells, look like they are moving into what we would say an environment that is more conducive for growth. So they're already the potential is already damaging with 1 inch to 1.5 inch hail possible. But over the next hour, these two storms will likely either split apart and become two large individual storms that could produce even larger hail and possibly drop some tornadoes, or it may merge into one cell. Either way, they will be impacting the East Denver metro in the DIA area, all the way from about E470 all the way to Byers on Interstate 70. So as they move into that more conducive environment, we'll have to track them along with the staying out of the way at the same time. You're about to start hearing hail hit the 9 News Weather Titan. You may have heard that one. Looks like we've got about quarter-size hail right now, so 1 inch hail hitting the area of E470 and Jewel at the moment. You may have heard a couple of those initial hailstones pound the truck.
Well, you stay inside that vehicle, and
he called it 3 minutes, and there we go.
It's on the clock. Not too far away, maybe hearing those same sounds, is our Jennifer Meckles. She is out on 470 as well. Jennifer, what's the update from where you are? It certainly looks like traffic is not moving too well.
Yeah, you guys are getting the backseat view from our car today. This is how we've hooked up the camera. Hello from the front seat. I promise we're being safe in the car, everybody. We're on 470 heading kind of east-northeast, coming up near Chambers is where we're at. And what I'm seeing is, so the rain here isn't actually that heavy at this point, but both sides of the road, you can see little tiny pieces of hail just on both shoulders, both sides of the road. We're pretty much due south of the airport. We keep hearing about the airport area potentially getting hit pretty hard. When I look back north towards the city of Denver, pretty cloudy, pretty gray, pretty spooky looking. When I look south the other way from where the storm was coming, I'm starting to see the very beginning of sunlight trying to poke through again. We have at this point come down south on 25. Now again, we're on 470. We've seen a really good bit of traffic. It's been very slow crawling, obviously right in the middle of rush hour, and very, very heavy rain. But the entire time on 470, I don't really know if we saw any hail at that point. So I think we're kind of behind it a little bit. No major traffic impacts that I'm seeing other than just slow going, guys, but you can just see how gray it is in front of us. And again, hail kind of all over on the road here. Small hail though at this point.
Yeah, and you hope that it stays that way in that kind of a traffic scenario, because so many people try to protect their car, and that's the problem. When it starts hailing, They try to find that underpass or something, and that leads to so many more problems.
Yeah, well, and Kim, I'll tell you too, we pulled over at one point to get some gas, and every gas station I've seen has been jam-packed with cars trying to find some place to shelter, because you don't want to get stuck in this with hail. We know how damaging that can be to a vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the things we've been talking about is all the damage that was done last night, and now certainly around 2 in this one.
Erie and Windsor, Greeley.
And they may still find some of that again today.
Yeah. We do have some hail video that is from Roxborough. This was earlier this afternoon. Hail covered the roads there. People saw that. Their sidewalks, their driveways as well. And, you know, that's what we are used to seeing in the spring and summer in Colorado. It's been a while, though, since we've had storms that have lined up like this.
Well, we've been talking also what's going to happen when this storm starts to get out to DIA, and this is the misery map that we get from our friends at FlightAware. And right now, our current misery is not that bad compared to the East Coast. However, our misery map may be about to grow a little bit larger as the weather does make its way towards DIA and what is going to be happening out there today. It does look like they are in the target, and Chris Bianchi, of course, tends to keep an eye on that for us. And Chris, it's going to look like DIA is going to have problems through the evening.
Yeah, nothing's taking off from DIA at the moment. They're trying to get, I think, a few last flights in there, maybe in the next 10 minutes, and then they're probably going to shut things down as this tornado-warned storm approaches. So again, at DIA right now, nothing taking off. Just took a look. I haven't seen anything taken off in the last 10-15 minutes, and I would imagine for the next half hour, 45 minutes, nothing is going to take off from DIA, and then they're going to probably shut down any sort of inbounds as well, because our storm is approaching from the south and the west, and you can tell that's, of course, DIA right there. And this storm looks like it's going to make a direct hit here on the airport within the next few minutes. May just miss DIA to the south, but these storms, and I kind of mentioned this a few minutes ago, when we're talking about these kinds of really strong storms, they tend to move really erratically. They don't move in a straight direction. They kind of tend to go a bit more in a zigzag rather than a straight line. So DIA is firmly in the threat zone. And by the way, that's also why these boxes are so wide, is because, again, these storms tend to move fairly erratically. But it looks like the core of our storm right over Aurora, Buckley Air Force Base on east and south to the Arapahoe Racetrack, Centennial Airport on east. This is the heart of this storm right now, and it looks like damaging hail is our main threat right now. And speaking of that damaging hail, here's a look at that kind of hail track as the storm moves off to the north and the east. And again, might notice some of those little wobbles in there that I was talking about with that hail core, but this is the kind of main one right over Foxfield. This looks like it's right around Arapahoe and Parker Road. This is where we're seeing kind of the core of that storm right now, moving over this area right here, and this is where we're probably seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen the size of an egg, hail the size of an egg, so 2-inch diameter hail, if not a bit bigger than that. That's at least the size of a golf ball, if not maybe approaching the size of an egg, maybe even a little bit bigger than that. So this is some pretty big hail that is affecting this part of the state. Now, in terms of the forecast, we do have a tornado watch that's in place across northeast Colorado. We were just talking about a second ago how it's been a little while since we've seen this sort of threat. Denver County under a tornado watch for the first time in about 2 years. You got to go back to May of 2021 for the last time that Denver was under a tornado watch. And for a little clarification, a watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather development, in this case tornadic development, and a warning means it's ongoing, it is taking place right now. That means take immediate action. Watch means just be wary of the fact that there is that threat for tornadoes, and eventually these storms will move off into the north and the east. So by about kind of 5, 6, 7 o'clock, I think this may be a little overdone for 7 o'clock. I think by 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight, the threat for the Denver area should be mostly over and done with. We don't have too long to go here in the Denver area. So that is the good news, is we don't have that long to go. Of course, we are in the thick of it. By later on tonight, we're talking about more of a heavy rain threat, occasional rumbles of thunder, maybe some storms mixed in there, but the severe weather threat, the large hail, the tornadic threat, that should wind on down here in the next 2 to 3 hours. So that is the good news. Again, we don't have long to go. And in fact, areas west of I-25, I think at this point, west of I-25, we've probably dodged the worst of the situation right now. Along and west of I-25, including downtown Denver, we're probably okay at this point. And then later on tonight and tomorrow, it's just going to be a heavy rain threat. That said, with this heavy rain threat, we do have the potential for some flooding. And so again, these storms, as they move their way off to the north and east, heavy rain will eventually become our story. But Danielle, obviously right now, we're in the kind of the thick of this tornado as well as large hail threat, aren't we?
Yep, absolutely, Chris. We still have another couple hours to go. I'm thinking another 2 to 3 hours to go before that line, that almost wall of severe thunderstorms pushes across the northeastern plains. That tornado watch, however, tornado watch will continue until 10 o'clock tonight. I want to show you a couple of our cameras just across the metro area if you're waiting on folks to come home from work or school. It looks like a gridlock out there. I-25, I-70. This is downtown Denver, where we really have gone relatively unscathed from this storm, as we're just tracking mostly cloudy skies, perhaps a little bit of rain out there. Otherwise, most of the action has been off to the south and to the east of the heart of the city. We'll zoom back in here to radar so you can kind of get a good vantage point of what to expect. Still another about 15 minutes to go for both of these tornado warnings that are impacting folks in Arapahoe, Douglas, and Elbert counties. You can kind of see that wall that is now shifting just to the east of 225, east of E470, and will be making its way closer out there toward Adams County, parts of DIA, within the next 30 minutes time. The biggest threat, like Chris has been talking about, has been the hail. We have seen huge hail from this cell that is continuing to track to the north and to the east, right there around Centennial, out at the airport, E470, Parker Road, Foxfield, and then it looks like it really has just kind of sat right there on E470 to the south of I-70, putting down around 1.5 to 2 inch in diameter hail. You wonder how large that is? Well, take a look. I'm sure if you live in the area, you can confirm ping pong ball size hail, golf ball, even the size of an egg. We have not seen tennis ball sized hail this afternoon. However, we certainly have seen it late last night up in and around northern Colorado. It was just a mess in Erie, and folks still dealing with the damage today. I wanted to zoom out, show you a good shot of what's going on across the state, because really much of eastern Colorado is under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. However, most of the action has been across the Front Range. That's where we're finding a lot of the lightning as well as the severity of these storms. Far southeastern Colorado, yes, looking at quite the light show and some heavy rain, but we do not have any severe warnings in that area. The majority of the action is across the heart of the city, and really just off to the east of the city right there in Aurora, and then just to the east of Parker heading out toward Elizabeth. This storm system will be impacting folks in and around I-70 within the next 15 minutes time. Like meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen was saying, he's gearing up for pretty much the worst of it to be rolling in moments from now as he's kind of parked on I-70. While this is a tornado warning, we have not had any indication of a tornado actually on the ground. If anything, this is just radar indicated that we might find something like this. Unfortunately, the hail really will be the biggest threat from this system. But again, just to be safe, you want to head to the basement, find your safe space, get everyone indoors, the kids as well as the pets, and make sure that you are safe and you are good to go. As we look at this cell that's kind of pushing around just to the east of the Arapahoe area, everywhere in blue is actually the hail that is coming through, the hail core within this storm. So folks that are traveling right there around I-70 are going to have to brace for really the thick of it, the worst of it, so to speak. We could easily be looking at some pretty big damage from the hail, not only to cars out there, but roofs, siding, you know the drill. This is springtime in the Rockies, and we have really been seeing some relatively calm conditions the past couple of years. I believe Chris said we have not had this kind of severe weather threat since May of 2018, 5 years ago, that we have seen a scenario like this playing out across the metro area. And today, all the ingredients are there to see the potential for several severe thunderstorms, supercell storms, and the potential for tornadoes too. But again, right now, the hail really looks to be the worst of it. We'll zoom out here in the metro area. While we don't have any warnings, you can see some showers beginning to reform in the foothills into Jefferson and Douglas County. I would not be surprised once they roll off the foothills heading out toward Highlands Ranch. We still have that moisture in the air from that system, so it could potentially intensify, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see more storms rolling through that could turn severe. I'll zoom out because it looks like we just got a couple more severe storms on our hands further to the south into parts of El Paso, Teller counties, with large hail out there, 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. If you have friends, family traveling in that direction, just a heads up. But again, around the heart of the city, the warnings have now shifted off to the east of I-25, and just barely, narrowly missing DIA, kind of heading out toward I-70. Bennett, Byers, folks out there going to be bracing for the worst of it as it's about to move across I-70, guys. Whew, it is a day.
Your radar is a mosaic of its own with all the colors.
And there's so many threats, too.
I know, it's hard to keep track.
The lightning, the hail, the heavy rain, the tornado threat, and even snow up in the mountains, you guys.
Well, we appreciate you keeping track and keeping us ahead of the storm as best you can. With the legislative session coming to a close, we've sent Marshall Zellinger out to cover weather for us. Marshall, last I heard you were at Leetsdale and Monaco over there by GW High School. Are you still over there?
Yeah, we're right next to GW High School where the testing site for COVID used to be. We're not quite east to Monaco just yet. Right now, I'm looking at radar on my phone, and we're about to hit the spot where there's no colors, so that's probably why what you see is just a light sprinkle of rain and some traffic right now. But we're heading toward the greens, yellows, reds, and purples that I'm sure you just saw from Danielle's maps, and I know some of those colors are coming our way. So for the people that are in traffic that are just like, oh, this is a cute little spring storm, I have nothing to worry about, I think they're going to be sorely mistaken in a little bit. But right now, looking at where we are and what the radar looks like, we're in the sweet spot right now, which I guess is good for rush hour traffic because you don't have the pounding rain and perhaps hail causing havoc with people trying to get home. all these people that you see in front of us can still get to their garage or some sort of protection for the cars. But based on what Danielle's saying, this is misleading if you weren't paying attention to what she's saying, at least visually.
And if you think you have a little extra time, human nature, Marshall, is, well, I've got 10 minutes. Maybe I can get where I need to be.
Right, but I'm pretending to be the political meteorologist right now, looking at the radar on the phone. I'm like, oh wow, this is, if it just stays here, 20 minutes, fine, we're all going to be good. And then I know, like, some storm's going to hit another storm, and it's going to push a different direction, and then boom. That 20 minutes we should have been somewhere else.
Yeah, as the political meteorologist, someone's going to think that your story was poppycock, and someone's going to think it was great. So you'll be torn apart on Twitter later for this weather update.
We will check back in with you. We're heading toward Aurora, where Leedsdale becomes Parker Road. We're going to get closer to 225, and then that's probably where more traffic is, and that's when the weather's going to start to hit.
Okay. Well,
hang in there.
Hang in there. We're sure you'll hear from all your peeps on Twitter. They'll tell you what they think and what their opinions are. But really has been kind of nuts. And like for many of the schools, like Jeffco, they held the kids and they said because they had threats and warnings and they canceled all the school sports afterwards. So if you're in a club or something like that, they weren't going to release until some of these warnings had expired. So there's a lot of schools dealing with this. Douglas County's been on accident alert for about 45 minutes. So everybody's impacted.
Yeah, pretty broad storm. So instead of it we're being normally like we get in Colorado, a hit and miss storm where you're either in it or you're not in it. Either you're about to get in it or it already went through, or unfortunately you might be in the midst of it. DIA is one of those areas where we're considering to be in the midst of it. That's where Matt Jablow is with the latest on how the airport is functioning and the weather out there. Matt?
Tom, it's gotten a lot darker and a lot gustier out here at DIA just in the last half hour. It hasn't been that bad all day. This morning, a thick fog rolled in, causing a bunch of delays and cancellations. And a ground delay was issued by the FAA earlier this afternoon, which accounted for delays of up to 2.5 hours for some arriving flights. But the conditions still weren't that bad. But just in the last half hour, as I was saying, it's gotten a lot darker and a lot gustier. We've seen some lightning coming in as well. You probably saw it just now. And there has been a tornado warning in this area until about 4:30 this afternoon. DIA told me they have been expecting this. Obviously, we all have, and preparing as best they could. One bit of good news for the airport is that if severe weather had to impact the airport, today is not a bad day for it. Wednesday, typically not one of the airport's busiest days. As of a few minutes ago, the airport had about 580 cancellations for the day and about 583 delays for the day, and 120 cancellations, but those numbers clearly expected to go up as this severe weather continues. That ground delay was expected to go until about 9 o'clock tonight, but DIA was saying that if the severe weather continues as they're expecting it to, and these storms are as bad as they're expecting them to be, that ground delay could continue well past 9 o'clock.
I'm just trying to see where you are at the airport. You're by the hotel there, right? At the Westin, overlooking where the A line comes in and out?
Exactly. We're just under the overhang at the Westin. Exactly, Tom.
Okay.
Smart.
Yeah. Under the and pretty good view too, so we can see what's going on. So, well, Matt, we know that things could be changing, and if you're one of those people delayed, it impacts you.
Yeah.
So, it's always one of those circumstances, and planes, you worry about them in extreme wind alone. When he talks about that, there's wind shear and a lot of other issues to worry about.
Yeah, I think sometimes you think of springtime in the Rockies, and it's so beautiful, and it also can be. Like that, it'd be calamitous. So it's like Twitter. It's the best and the worst.
The best and the worst.
Pick
but when you need it and you need to know what's going on, you have to go to it. So it has been a busy 24 hours for severe. The lightning just lit up the skies in northern Colorado last night. If you were anywhere driving home, like at 11 at night, I was just like, woo, there it goes. And then there was the hail. Large hail fell in northern Colorado. And this is in Castle Pines as well. This is this afternoon. We saw this in northern Colorado last night, but Castle Pines is really getting the hail. They got it, what would you say, an hour and 15 minutes or so is when the storm was hitting them, and we were hearing about that.
Went rolling through.
And then southeast Aurora is getting it now. And, this doesn't look like it's small hail, but it looks like snow.
Yeah, when you get this much, as this scene is sent in from Parker, and you get an idea of the flooding and all
water.
the collection of hail. And there you can see someone exploring the hail. Great pictures. We appreciate the viewers sending things our way because it is quite a story to tell. Another area hit, you get a look here at Lone Tree. We're here, it's mostly rain. You can see those hail pellets falling as well. From the comfort of your front porch, from the safety of your home, you can send in some nice pictures. We appreciate it.
If you can do it that way, send them our way.
Yeah, but you can see the hail suddenly picking up severely there. Not too far away in Centennial, that looks like a winter scene. That is coming down hard. And piling up quickly.
And isn't that interesting because those aren't that far apart? Lone Tree, Centennial.
Well, I remember we had a storm maybe 10 years ago where one neighborhood in Denver got literally a foot and change.
Well, there was
hail.
a summer storm where in my house, and the difference between my house and my parents and my cousins in Wheatridge, between Arvada and Wheatridge and Golden, dramatic. So this is, where is this again,
This is
Jack?
Highlands Ranch.
Highlands Ranch. Woo! You all are feeling it down there in Highlands Ranch, trying to get the kids home. Everybody's trying to get home and get somewhere safely, and it's a mess.
Well, we're also talking about many of these images that many people have been sending, and we're trying to share them as quickly as they come in. Everything from the large size hailstones to the different areas that are getting pummeled. And for those who've already had their dose, many are going to see sunshine before the end of the day. Many may still be in line for a little more activity because it certainly looks like we're not quite done, especially when you start heading east and northeast in Colorado, where they still have that the warnings up, and our weather department, they're continuing to keep an eye on everything and report the very latest information.
There's our Steve Steger. We like to call him Suburban Steve. He's keeping us posted what's going on in the Littleton area, and you know, we appreciate it.
Chris Bianchi back with us, and Chris, some of these people are going to see sunshine later today.
Yeah, we could get some peaks of sunshine. I wouldn't be surprised on the southwest side of town, kind of in between these rounds of storms, if we are seeing some of those peaks of sunshine. But of course, the big threat continues to be for the east side, the kind of far eastern fringes of the metro area. I will say this. I've noted a little bit of good news in the last few minutes. We're starting to see even more of an eastward pull with these storms. And again, I don't want to overlook our friends in Bennett and Strasburg and Byers. Unfortunately, this means that you will take the core of this storm. But for the majority, 90% of the metro area, I think the worst of this is over and done with. So that is some good news to pass along, is that the majority of the metro area probably over and done with. The worst of it, still the threat for some severe storms, but probably the worst of it has now pulled its way off just to the east of the core of the metro area. That said, we've been talking about this for the last little while. We just talked with Matt a few minutes ago. The airport, of course, that is right there, about to get a pretty good storm here from this, although it does appear like that storm, or at least that part of the storm, is weakening. That said, boy, this is some major hail tornado warnings continuing for us for parts of Adams and Arapahoe counties in the far northwestern fringe here of Elbert, as well as the kind of very, very northeastern corner of Douglas County under that tornado warning as well for the next few seconds, because these warnings go until 4:30, and I would imagine some of these will be extended until 4:45 or 5 o'clock. Some good news, though. I know from 225 on west, I would say from 225 on west, we're probably okay at this point. I'm still a little cautious about saying that, because some of these storms could still try and reinvigorate over the next hour or so, and maybe we get some back building this way. But I think at this point, the worst of it should be over and done with from 225 on west. So that's the majority of the metro area. That said, again, you get out to Bennett, Strasburg, and Byers, and Deer Trail, and the I-70 corridor east of Manila Road. If I can spit that out. East of Manila Road here on I-70. That's where things are looking pretty rough at this point. So with that said, hail has been certainly the big thing that a lot of you have noticed. We've gotten all sorts of pictures from you at home. We appreciate those. Continue to send those in. And we've seen these hail cores really centered over two spots. One over central and eastern Douglas County, as well as western Elbert County, as well as out here from Centennial, from the airport on east to the Arapahoe racetrack, kind of really between Centennial, downtown Centennial, and the Arapahoe racetrack. And a closer look in, haven't seen anything larger than a $50 sized hail at this point. We may get some reports of that, but I wouldn't be surprised somewhere in here at Arapahoe Road and Parker Road if somebody came in with a bit more than that. that. Maybe somebody came in with egg-sized hail or certainly golf ball-sized hail. That seems pretty plausible based on what we saw. That said, now, I've been talking a lot about the Denver metro area. I don't want to overlook our friends here in northeastern Colorado, Fort Morgan, Lyman, the northeastern quadrant of the state. The worst is yet to come for you. So again, Denver metro area. A lot of us still a little cautious about saying this, but the majority of the Denver area probably done with the worst of it. That said, Fort Morgan, Sterling, Lyman on north and east, we've still got the worst is still yet to come for us, and a tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight, and could see hail up to 2 inches, if not a bit larger than that in diameter. So still a long ways to go here, but at this point, it does appear, at least on the good news side, that the majority of the Denver area has probably seen the worst of the storms.
Chris, thanks very much. The northern one of those two large hail cores you were showing us is about where we're going to find Corey Reppenhagen in the 9 News Weather Titan, and I think we may even be able to hear some of the hail pelting on the Titan. So if you happen to carry the insurance for the 9 News Weather Titan, you certainly might want to be paying attention to this.
Corey, you're going to hear from us, right?
Like the weather, Corey is headed east, and we'll continue to try to bring us the pictures, but boy, when the skies get that dark, you know it's
and he's heading towards Bennett in the Byers area, and just a few seconds ago, the National Weather Service put out a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Bennett and Byers and Strasburg and that whole area until 5 o'clock. So Danielle, he's heading into one of those storms that he was talking about, those 2 storms.
Looks like they're all kind of mixing in. It's wild back here, you guys. We got meteorologists all over the place, all trying to keep a close eye on what's going on and kind of what to expect as we look ahead toward the next hour or so. Like we said, that severe thunderstorm warning is still going to impact folks right there around I-70. We just saw the tornado warning expire. Now the severe thunderstorm warning will continue for Adams, Arapahoe, and Elbert counties until 5 o'clock. So we still have another half hour to go to get potentially more hail, more wind, and see some rotation within these cells. Right now, it's looking like potentially a $50 size hail within this cell that's tracking across I-70 as we speak, and potentially winds upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. Also, just to the south, we have another severe thunderstorm warning that is in place until 5 o'clock, Douglas, Elbert County as well. This cell has also had a history of bringing us some pretty large hail too. And once again, quarter size, $50 size hail, not out of the question. The worst of it, however, east of Ponderosa Park, and it will also be tracking off to the north and to the east, about 25 or so miles per hour. So many of you sending in some amazing pictures of the weather in your backyard, of your front yard. I mean, this could be a winter scene out there. Nolan capturing all of the hail, absolutely covering the roadways out in front of his house in Centennial. This has really been the worst that we have seen as far as these storms go. Of course, the heavy rains that have come through, of course, the lightning, but the hail has been incredibly impressive. Anywhere between 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter have been coming through, not only within that cell around that originated near Lone Tree and then shot off across E470, but also the cell just to the east of Castle Rock, tracking through parts of Elbert and Arapahoe counties, easily 1 inch, 1.5 inches, potentially 2 inches in diameter. This is really going to be the biggest threat as we watch these storms continue to move to the north and to the east. Those 2 cells, as they're converging, are going to be carried off into warmer and moister air. That just means they have the ability to survive, to keep on going, and to continue to put down large hail and impact folks out on the roads, I-70, and then, of course, as it inches closer up toward I-76 too. We'll zoom back just a bit more because we're not done yet. There's still more moisture out there, and you can still see some showers that are rumbling off the foothills near Monument Hill. They have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for large hail as well as gusty winds. And then just to the west side of town, it looks like just some good rain that's coming through, basically from Longmont to Broomfield, Arvada, Lakewood, Highlands Ranch. As it continues to shift to the east, kind of moving in around I-25, wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see some pockets of heavier rain, some smaller hail. Still, guys, it's going to be a mess, really, no matter where you are across Colorado, not just right now, but over the course of the next couple of hours as we're watching the threat continuing till at least about 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay, Kathy, Danielle, we're going to take a 2-second break, literally, maybe a minute or 2. Give Danielle a chance to get a sip of water, and we'll be right back.
deer trail.
The area is being hit with heavy rain and some hail, and these storms have been moving through the metro area, climbing to the and east.
Our Jenny Meckles has shared some pictures on social media of the hail that she has seen. She's out driving right now, and I'm told you're on Parker Road. You're heading south, and ooh, it's dark. Your camera is a dark picture,
Yes.
Jenny.
Yeah, it's pretty gloomy looking. Just to be clear for everyone watching at home, I am not driving. I am the passenger. We both have our seatbelts on. We're being safe, I promise. You're getting the back seat view of what we see heading south on Parker Road out toward 470. We're going to keep trying to go northeast on 470 to see what else is out there. We just spent some time kind of driving around the Dove Valley area because we know that's an area that got hit. I didn't immediately see any obvious damage the little bit that we were looking, but guys, there was hail all over the ground, like pretty deep, I would say, anywhere between gravel size and maybe dime-sized hail. And of course, there's people out with shovels already scooping it away because nobody wants that on their sidewalk. But that area was quite a bit clearer skies at this point. Now the direction we're heading, this eastern way, again, we're starting to see pretty gloomy, cloudy skies. I am hearing reports of quite a bit bigger hail this direction, so we're going to go check it out. But some of those photos I'm not sure if you guys showed those on air before you came to us, but I was seeing along the sides of the interstate and the roads, just the shoulders and the middle of the roads as cars are driving by, flinging hail just covered in it. So it came through pretty heavy within the last hour or so out here. It doesn't seem to have interrupted the afternoon commute, though, guys. People are still on their way wherever they're going. So
And Marshall saw that as well.
Well, and also I'm sure everyone who's stuck in it, if they are being so lucky, are counting their blessings that they are not, in fact, getting hammered with hail as they're stuck in their commute home.
Yeah. Every block you make it.
Yeah, because when you're... Yeah, and you know, you're stuck out here, you don't have anything to cover your car, so
yeah,
you better hope you're not going to get a busted window or the front dash all dinged up, so...
Wow, those are some ominous skies. Heading south on Parker Road. Jenny Meckles, we'll check back with you, of course, in just a bit. To the east, though, we've been talking about the situation out at Denver International Airport as far as human beings and, of course, the planes. One of those human beings, our own Matt Jablow. Matt?
Tom, when last we spoke, it had just gotten darker and gustier out here at the airport. In the last few minutes, it's gotten a lot rainier. I've been hearing Kathy talking a lot about the potential for severe weather coming this way, and she seems, as usual, to be correct. It's gotten we've gotten several blasts of lightning. The rain has picked up. None of the hail that folks are talking about. I just heard Jenny talking about the hail. We have not seen hail out here yet, but it has been raining pretty heavily. The winds continue to pick up, and the delays continue to accumulate at DIA. Last I checked, just a few minutes ago, there were about 600 delays at the airport all day, and a little more than 100, about 120 cancellations. The FAA also implemented a ground delay for incoming flights until 9 o'clock tonight, which means that for some flights, there's about a 2.5-hour delay coming into DIA. Remarkably, given all that's happening out here, the wind and the rain, the lightning and all that, there are still planes taking off. We just saw a few taking off from the tarmac. So it's going to be a bumpy ride for passengers out here at DIA, but things are still moving, at least for now.
Okay. If they can manage to get some planes in and out, that's a good thing.
Oh, and as Matt has often told me, if you're going to be stuck covering weather, it's good to be at a place that has several restaurants.
Yeah, there's restaurants right by you. Coffee shops.
I'm told a few adult beverages as well for later, much later in the night.
Yeah, and they used to cap it at a certain time when people are camped out. I think now they stay open later, just so you know.
Something to keep your eye on. All right, Matt, thank you.
Okay, now I think we're going to get back to Chris Bianchi with the latest update on some of these warnings.
Yeah, the radar's been hopping today.
Yeah, and the thunderstorm warnings, some of them expire at 5, am I right?
Yeah, so we got a few more minutes to go with some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, and Matt was just talking about the airport. If you're flying in or out right now, first of all, things should start to improve in the next few minutes. If you're flying in or out of the airport, should start to see more flights getting in or out, but you kind of mentioned it's going to be a bumpy ride, just the kind of the dynamics of the atmosphere today. We've got a lot of wind shear, so a lot of twist in the atmosphere. So just strap on in if you're flying in or out of the airport this afternoon or this evening. That said, the worst of this storm looks like it's pulling just to the east of the airport. This is, of course, a DIA right in here. Bennett, Strasburg, Byers. Looks like, I mentioned this a few minutes ago, that I think from 225 on west, this is not all clear, but I think we're looking pretty much okay from 225 on west at this point. We've probably seen the worst of the severe weather in those areas. That said, certainly as you head east, as you head north of I-70, things still going to get worse before things get better. But central and eastern Adams and Arapahoe counties, that's where we have severe thunderstorm warnings that run for the next couple of minutes until about 5 o'clock or so, and still a severe thunderstorm warning for the northwestern corner of, Albert County as well, and from Kiowa on north and east, still seeing that threat for some of those strong severe thunderstorms. Now, hail has obviously been the big story from what we've seen so far today. We've had these long hail cores, and in fact, our producer Elizabeth Humston right in there, right in Foxfield, and she sent me a picture of about 1 1/4 inch diameter hail. That's about the size of $half sized hail right there at around Arapahoe Road and Parker Road. That's where we did see, again, about 1 1/4 inch diameter hail, but with the combination of the hail and those really strong winds, that's probably leading to some of that kind of sideways motion to that hail. And unfortunately, that probably does mean that we did see some roof damage in parts of South Aurora, Centennial, Lone Tree, and through that area. And that's certainly unfortunate. Today, it was the south side of the metro area. Of course, last night, it was the northern third or so of the metro area that got hit pretty hard by that hail. That said, I've been talking a lot about the Denver metro area. Do not want to forget about our friends here across the northeastern corner of the state. Again, things probably getting better for the majority of the Denver metro area. But you get north and east of town, Fort Morgan, Sterling, Holyoke, Lyman on north and east. Things still going to get worse before they get better. And this is where the tornado watch is in place until 9 p.m. tonight. And as a bit of a reminder, it's our first time in a little while since we've had severe weather, a tornado watch. A watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of either severe weather or, in this case, tornadoes. A warning means it's taking place right now and means to take action right now. So again, warning, take action now, watch, be aware of it, and be mindful of the fact that that threat does exist. Now, again, for us here in the Denver area, things should start to lift off to the north and east. We're probably, again, this is why I'm a little cautious about saying that we're done with the worst of the severe weather. We're still probably going to get a few more rumbles of thunder this evening, overnight tonight. But I think the high-end severe weather threat, again, the chances of getting inch-plus diameter hail, tornadoes, I think for the majority of the metro area, we're probably okay at this point, but we still could get some rumbles of thunder, maybe some small hail, maybe some gusty winds through tonight. But again, the higher end, the kind of really ominous severe weather threat should be lifting to the north and east. That said, tomorrow we're going to be talking about a lot of heavy rain and the potential for even some flash flooding for us. I think that threat for flooding will be higher a little bit further north. There is a flood watch that is in place for northern Colorado. And here's the reason why. Notice tonight here, again, 6, 7 o'clock, seeing that rain. Notice in some cases, of course, some of that very heavy rain at times for us. The problem here, folks, is the rain doesn't stop tomorrow morning. It doesn't stop tomorrow night, and it doesn't really stop until Friday morning. So we got a long ways to go for this rain, but tonight we'll transition from storms to rain, and we should see some improvement in the metro area over the next couple of hours.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. Of course, the weather team is all over the place on a day like this.
Our Lauren Robinson's on Colorado Boulevard. She's heading north. Where exactly are you and what are you seeing out there? You're here in the rain, right?
Yes. Hey, guys. We're out here. We were on Colorado Boulevard going north. We just got onto I-70 eastbound, making our way toward Aurora, closer to the airport, and we're heading right into the storm. If you continue your way eastward, mostly on any of these roads, that's where you're going to run into that storm, is going east, where we do have reports of even quarter-size hail in some areas. So we're making our way closer to the airport. Let's go ahead and take a look outside right now, where we've been seeing some on and off rain. Nothing too bad now, but if you take a look forward, that's where all the clouds are, and that's where we're going to continue to watch for those heavier storms. As everyone has been saying, east of Denver is where the heaviest stuff is falling. So now that we're on I-70, you can see more cars are starting to pile onto the interstate here. It's that afternoon rush hour time, but right now the weather not too bad where we are. As long as we continue to move eastward, though, that's where we're going to see everything pick up. And what it's looking like is it's going to be a sharp cutoff between not getting much in the way of rainfall and being in the center of a heavy storm and getting hail and lightning. So if we continue eastward, that's what we're looking to find. Thankfully, any sort of tornado warnings have expired, but we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in that area. So we're going to watch for those to continue at least for a little longer. Right now, it's looking like most are over Watkins and Bennett, of course, a little bit further east of Aurora. So we're going to continue to just look for the stronger storm activity there, with hail, locally heavy downpours, strong winds, even some lightning and thunder being the biggest impacts. So again, right now, just a little bit west of the largest part of the storm, we're not seeing too much activity, just a few raindrops, but the cloud cover, as soon as you continue to move eastward, or if you look outside that way there, that's where you can continue, that's where you can see those thicker clouds, and that's where we're going to watch for any sort of locally heavy downpours, some good moisture there, but also some hail. Now, from here, we're not seeing any lightning bolts, which is could be good news, but we do want to continue to move this way, of course, closer to the storm, so that we can just continue to monitor the situation. I think as we continue eastward, we will also move northeast a bit, closer to Denver International Airport, and then beyond that into the northern plains, where the system will just continue its trek. So we're going to continue to monitor all of that. Right now, everything not looking too bad, again, on the interstate outside of the traffic congestion, but we're going to continue our way eastward, and as soon as we see anything new, we're going to keep you all dialed in and let you know what's out here on the roadways for anyone who does need to still commute home or wherever you need to go for the evening. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lauren Robinson out on I-70 heading east on what looks to be generally not a bad
Right. Not too bad
at this point.
But you know, when we think about those neighborhoods, Byers, Bennett's, things like that, not dense neighborhoods, not as many people, but those are people that have property and they have cattle and they have horses, and they're impacted in a completely different way.
Yeah, and if you think north of there, they already went through all the weather from last night up in Weld County and Erie and the like. So we'll see if
they've been through it.
We'll see where the targets are tonight, sadly, for those people who may be in the path of yet another day of storms. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
We've been keeping a close eye on that cell that's just to the east of the metro area, pushing across I-70, Byers, Bennett. It was a severe thunderstorm warning, but now has been upgraded to once again a tornado warning. Not had any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. However, it is possible. We have seen some rotation within that cell as well as huge hail. So parts of Adams and Arapahoe County will be under that tornado warning until 5:15. Still another 25 minutes to go. A lot of lightning within that cell too. It has been just absolutely insane. We've had reports of 1.75 inch sized hail in and around the Bennett Byers area. So I would not be surprised if we continue to see that kind of action right there around I-70. This is just terrible as the storm system is pretty much straddling the interstate, and folks out there I'm sure are just at a standstill with that kind of hail pushing across. Plus within this cell we're also looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts that also have been coming out of this storm. So it is just going to be an absolute mess for folks out on the roads right there, and we will also be keeping a close eye as it's moving pretty much directly to the north, about 20 miles miles per hour or so, and it's going to continue, I'd say, for the next 20 minutes or so to impact folks out there in Adams and Arapahoe County. Again, that's the tornado warning that we currently have, and really that's the only one that we have across the metro area at this hour. Kind of zoomed out so you can get a good idea. If you live in Castle Rock, we're going to be tracking some heavier rain showers on the way for folks out there. If you live in Elbert County around Kiowa through Parker, they also have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock. Another about 5 minutes to go into Douglas, Elbert counties. We've seen quarter-size hail within that cell. Do you see all these blue pockets on the radar? That's just indicating the found reports of hail anywhere between 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter. Just insane. Once again, we're looking on the west side of town right now through Longmont, Boulder, Arvada, through Broomfield. Just some steady rain showers at this hour, some nice beneficial moisture, but we still have the potential for seeing some severe storms out there. This is meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen on the road right there. It looks like Corey has parked. Does Corey's microphone work? Okay, we don't have his microphone, but it does look like he has parked and he is in Byers. He is right there under the tornado warning as we speak, and you can see that storm that is just off in the distance. He's positioned in the perfect location to stay safe with this storm, but of course just a couple of raindrops on the windshield out there, lightning in the distance, and to me, potentially a little bit of rotation in the distance out there, but he's going to be keeping a close eye on this tornado-warned cell that is impacting I-70 through Bennett, Strasburg, and Byers, and will continue to do so for the course of the next about 25 minutes time. Of course, if you do live in this area, you are under this tornado-warned cell. Best idea, head to the basement, head to your safe space, because certainly this is going to be a mess out there. We could have damage to the roof, damage to windows, of course, cars out there around I-70, so this is going to be a tricky situation for us for the next several minutes just because of the location, really, and the fact that it's right there around I-70. A lot of folks coming and going in and out of the Denver metro area, and really it's not just going to be this one cell. We have more moisture, more storms back behind it, so we have severe thunderstorm warnings going for Adams, Arapahoe, Elbert counties, as we basically are watching this line of severe storms tracking to the north and to the east, and really will continue for the next couple of hours. Wanted to show you the hail tracks too. We've been monitoring 2 lines just to the east of Centennial and then just to the northeast of Ponderosa Park as we zoom in right there around I-70 near Bennett and Byers. Through Strasburg, looking at incredibly huge hail out there too. Let's see if we can get, just a radar indication of how large it potentially is. Anywhere between about 1.5 inches, possibly upwards of 2 inches or so in diameter right there around the interstate. So this is going to be a messy situation that we're monitoring, and really we're going to be under the threat for the next several hours. We have the tornado watch in place until 9 o'clock tonight. That includes the I-25 corridor off to the northeastern plains. So folks, buckle up. We're in for it for the next several hours before finally some calmer weather returns tomorrow. We are going to be coming back with 9 News at 5 right after this.
These are some of the images we've been seeing today, sent in by you, our viewers. So most of these images coming from the South metro area. The story of hail in some areas, deep enough that you make footprints in it. Other areas not seeing quite as much, but heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and we've been tracking tornado warnings and other thunderstorm warnings as well. The storms
it's about 3 this afternoon.
And the storms that poured through from the southwest up into the metro area now seem to be making their way out to the east. Of course, our weather team has been following the story, and the story has also been told by many of you with these photographs and videos that you've been sending in throughout the day.
The threat is far from over, too. So we want to thank our Danielle Grant, who's been working on this for several hours now, and it's going to be a rough night.
Yes, unfortunately, you guys, the threat's going to continue till about 9 o'clock, not just here for the Denver area, but all the way off to the eastern plains. They really haven't seen much just yet, but they've had warmer temperatures out there, a little bit more more moisture to work with, so the potential for these thunderstorms to really ramp up is out there. Plus, we could be looking at more tornadoes popping up throughout the evening too. The threat, again, not over yet. As we look out there, you can kind of see on the radar that we still have quite a bit of action going on across really the entire state. Just put on the lightning tracker, more than 700 strikes out there, but really the worst of it in and around the Denver metro area, just outside E470, I-70, where we do have the severe thunderstorm warning as well as the tornado warnings in place. We'll zoom in right there, Byers, Bennett, Strasburg. Hard to even see the storm because of all the lightning and because of all the rain that's coming through too. This storm system is going to be impacting folks out there quite a bit, just because we could even see the potential for some flooding within this cell, as we have a lot of lightning coming through, and the factor that we could have golf ball sized hail. We've already had some reports of smaller hail, quarter to $half size hail, but still it's going to be a mess. Folks out there have cattle, land, and we could definitely see some damage. As we back behind it, go the other way, we still have the threat for seeing more severe storms rolling off the foothills in and around Douglas County. Once again, toward Castle Rock, we have some heavy rain showers coming our way. As it encounters a bit more heat, a bit more instability, we could see some of these cells go severe. So just kind of keep that in mind. The trajectory here in Denver has been pretty low key. Knock on wood, we've come away unscathed from today's severe threat. We're not done yet, though. We just have the rain showers across parts of the metro area, but things can change in a heartbeat. The hail really has been the worst on the southeastern side of town, just to the south and to the east of 225, heading out there toward E470, and then further into eastern Adams and Arapahoe counties, Byers, Bennett. You can see it just continues to extend to the north. We can see if we can pick up just how large this hail has been, anywhere between 1 inch to 2 inches just to the north of Strasburg. So it's going to be a mess out there, and will continue to be for the next several hours. Looks like the National Weather Service has just pushed out another severe thunderstorm warning. I'll click on that and see if we can get any kind of information for folks out there in Adams County as well as Morgan County. Just barely inching to Morgan County, but this is going to last them for another 45 minutes as we anticipate this monster of a storm just to continue to move to the north and to the east. Right now, it's a little slow going. It's pushing at about 20 or so miles per hour, hence the reason we could see some really heavy rainfall coming down with this and the potential for flooding. 2 inches in diameter hail, that is what the National Weather Service is expecting out of this cell, plus 60 to 70 miles per hour as far as the wind gusts go. So the threat, unfortunately, nowhere near being over at this time, as we just continue to see these watches and warnings pop up. It seems like meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, he has been out and about for us in and around the Byers and the Bennett area, watching this storm push through. Is there any way that we can see his camera or check in with him? Because wow, this has been a phenomenal viewpoint, really a bird's eye view of this storm as it's pushing in. We haven't seen any hail right where he is. I'm sure he's probably wanting to see the hail. A couple of raindrops for now, but right now this storm system is in the distance, looking like he potentially is looking off to the west from where he is at, just to see those darker skies. I mean, it almost looks like nighttime. Yeah, panning over just a bit so we can get a good idea of how massive this storm system is. We have been monitoring this storm as it originated in Douglas County, rolling off the foothills down there. It was tornado warned, it had signs of rotation, and as it continues to move to the northeast, we are just watching it kind of gain momentum. It looks like meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, you got your mic working, my friend? How is it looking out there?
Hey, Danielle, these storms are really powerful. There's about 4 of them out here that really mean business right now, and I'm in the middle of one that has a tornado warning on it right now. We have seen that radar indication of some turning of the clouds, but we have not seen anything below the cloud bases yet. But this is basically just kind of a tornado in the making, and we have seen some large hail. One thing, you're kind of staring at that tornado-warned storm right now. You can see the clouds kind of moving, and these storms are moving at about 35 miles per hour, so they are really booking it, and the winds out in front of them are very strong. And what you can't see is just above the camera, there is a large circular crack in my windshield where I encountered about a tennis ball size hailstone just outside of Strasburg. And in fact, we just had a report come in from the Strasburg area of a 2.5-inch hailstone. So these storms are really gaining strength as they move towards the north and east of the Denver metro area. And I will stay on these storms and stay safe at the same time, Danielle.
Oh my gosh. Of course, you are just in the perfect location, Corey. I can't believe you saw hail that large, but I believe it. And you know, like you were saying, as these storms are tracking to the northeast, they're encountering a bit more heat and humidity. You woke up this morning, you live across the I-25 corridor. We had a lot of cloud cover this morning, and that kept our temperatures in the 50s. Meanwhile, after the northeastern plains, they've been in the 60s and 70s. That heat, the sunshine that they saw earlier today, is just adding fuel to the fire for these thunderstorms to really allow them to rock and roll, gain momentum and power. Plus, you factor in the dew point temperatures. Dew points here around the urban corridor, typically in the teens, 20s. It's dry. We live in the high desert. We live in Colorado. But this afternoon, we have seen those in the 50s, not just for the urban corridor, but also around Sterling, up toward Ray. So we have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. The combination of that, the heat and the moisture, allowing these thunderstorms to fire up rapidly out there. We'll zoom back in here toward the severe thunderstorm warnings as well as the tornado warned storm. Like Corey said, we have 4 that we're keeping a close eye on. You can see them just by the bullseye. See the blue just to the north of Kiowa? That's the hail core. Just to the north, just to the south, I should say, southwest of Byers, and then to the north. 2 separate hail cores, and then off to the east. These storms would not be surprised if they just kind of merge together as they're traveling to the northeast and become a monster storm that, like Corey said, means business as it rolls into Morgan County over the course of the next hour or so. Again, the tornado warning, whew, I mean, it's hard to even see with the radar composite on it. I'm actually going to take off the radar. So, you know, if you live in this area, that you are under the tornado warning until 5:15. Actually, I should say 5:30. They did extend that out for Adams and Arapahoe counties. We have not had any confirmation of any tornadoes on the ground in this vicinity, but we do have indication that the radar potentially is showcasing some of that rotation out there. Also, huge hail within these storms. And then you can see the other severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. That's going to continue for Adams and Morgan counties till 5:45. Just off to the east of that tornado warned cell along I-70, that's going to last another about 10 minutes or so. And then further to the south, that severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. Incredibly active afternoon across the entire state, not just for the metro area, but also the eastern plains, the southeastern plains. Look at all that rain and the light show that folks out there are dealing with. I want to zoom in to our friends out there in Ray because they have had this severe thunderstorm warning in place. It looks like really downtown Ray just getting smacked, not only with hail, potentially upwards of 2 inches in diameter, but also 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts, incredibly heavy rains out there. And they're going to be looking at this cell within that area for the next hour or so. It's going to move into Nebraska eventually, but really the worst of it sitting right over Ray, our friends out there right now. We'll zoom back in here to the city because most of the action is now fully east of I-25, but don't let your guard down. We still have several more hours to go to see the potential for severe weather. Right now, off to the west side of town, just looking at rain in and around Jefferson and Douglas counties, just some light rain, a nice break from the severe cells that charged through just a couple of hours ago. Meanwhile, the storm system that is bringing us the severe storms, look up to the high country areas. We're talking snow. We're not just talking a little light snowfall, an inch or two, potentially above 10,000 feet. Folks out there under a winter weather advisory for 5 to 10 inches as this storm system sticks with us overnight into tomorrow. So if you're thinking about skiing, snowboarding tomorrow, certainly it looks like a powder day up in the mountains here in Colorado. Springtime at its finest across Colorado's Rockies. We can bank on just about everything coming our way. Again, the worst of this cell just off to the east side of town, where we continue to monitor that tornado warning and a whole lot of lightning. I'm putting on the lightning tracker as we speak. Just within this one area, looking like 420 plus strikes. Absolutely incredible. Just the light show that folks are seeing out there. Not to mention all of the hail, too. We've been looking at the hail cores out there from these cells that originated in Douglas County, continuing into Adams and Arapahoe County, and they just won't stop. The environment is perfect to see large hail, just like what we saw last night, and unfortunately, folks are dealing with that right there around I-70 coming into town, heading out to Kansas. It's going to be a mess because easily 1 to 2 inches in diameter is going to be a possibility for folks out there. Again, for the metro area, we have not had to deal with much. We'll take a quick look at a couple of our cameras in and around the city. Mostly cloudy skies yet again. However, this storm still kind of stopping folks a bit in and around I-70 and I-25. We have seen a little bit of light rain, but nothing, I mean nothing, like what our friends are dealing with just to the east along I-70. Luckily, this cell has now pushed northeastward of DIA. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings just off to the east, but it does appear that the airport has started to see that threat diminish. The thunderstorm skies still in the area, so I would not be surprised if they're still going to be on a ground stop here for a while. But wow, talk about a bumpy ride in and out of the Mile High City on a Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, and all of our friends to the east, as you pointed out, they're taking shelter. They're going to be in the thick of it for a little while.
Yep, here we go.
Okay.
Speaking of the east, that's where Jenny Meckles is headed out, 470. Checking things out there. There has been some hail in Jenny's path. What are you seeing now, Jen?
Hey guys, yeah, we're on Smoky Hill. We got quite a bit of hail. Hail in the street, hail on the sidewalks, hail on the top of roofs. Got a lot of hail. And also I heard Danielle talking about the rain and the lightning. We got a lot of that too at this side of town. We have found more of this like heavier on the ground hail, still small in size out here. Pea-sized, dime-sized, but all up and down Smoky Hill Road. It looks like it snowed. That's what it looks like at this point. Same as what I've been telling you guys. I'm seeing a lot of wet roads and people kind of like slowly moving through traffic, but I'm not seeing evidence of damage. But it's heavy enough out here that you could arguably, if you wanted to not wait for it to melt, shovel off your driveway if you're feeling impatient. And the skies are still looking, I don't know how well you can see it in front of me, but like the skies are still looking pretty dark and gnarly on this side of town.
Gnarly.
Yeah,
gnarly. It's been a gnarly afternoon, I would say.
To say the least. Jennifer, we saw some of your social media posts where you got to handle some of the hail, but as long as everyone's still moving along and it's not doing too much damage to cars, hopefully they get off easy in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely a day for patience, right? Anytime we have weather like this, but things have been moving. People are making it to their destinations, best I can tell. So I suppose that's good news.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jenny.
Thanks, Jenny. Let's check in again with Marshall Zellinger. He was out in southeast Denver, but now it looks like you're out in the country, Marshall.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you just start changing direction and trying to chase the storm.
Hit the road.
We're approaching Watkins. We're not quite to Watkins yet. So like I-70 is right next to us on the left if you're seeing our shot. We're on the frontage road. You might see some lightning bolts in this shot every so often. We finally hit some rain. You could see where the hail had hit parts of this area off of Gun Club, and we're south of the airport, I guess. Pea-size hail is what I think I saw on the side of the road. And photojournalist Tom Cole and I saw a Honda Civic drive by with a smashed-out back windshield. I think it's because of the storm. Couldn't quite tell necessarily. We're now going north on Powhatan Road. I think our next move is going to be on 26th Avenue, if those streets mean much to you guys. it's just really dark and dreary now, and this is probably the wrong time to share. People know this about me. Some people know this. I fear the sound of tornado sirens, and this is the kind of stuff I would want to go the opposite direction of when I was a kid, and here now in this profession, I'm going toward it. So lightning just lit up the sky here. I know we're behind the storm, but as we get closer to Watkins and Bennett, we might start to see some activity of what's approaching that area right now.
Marshall, a lot of people feel that, and our pets get nervous. A lot of people, these sounds, and they were going to do a bunch of testing today, and some areas still did do their siren testing, which really threw people off, because when you hear and you know this weather is expected, it's frightening.
It's frightening, but I will say this. The sound used to be the tornado siren followed by that, automated voice that said some ominous stuff, and they've done away with the voice, at least I think they have. But that was in Aurora where I heard that. But just the idea of, when I was a latchkey kid, so me and my sister, we were stuck at home, our parents were at work, and I was watching the news, and I just wanted to get away from it.
Yeah.
And so hopefully people who might be feeling that same thing can take some solace as we turn right here on 26th Avenue. Can take some solace. We're trying to keep you safe by showing you where the harm is and by staying safe ourselves. So hopefully that my fear from being a kid can be your protection now if you are a kid or if you're an adult still feeling a little anxious about this stuff.
That's a good way to put it.
Also, as far as that Honda Civic, I've been looking, and that's probably anywhere from $200 to $500 to replace that rear window. So that's a bummer.
If we see that car on the way back, I'll let them know
that's
the estimate they're facing.
Not cheap.
Well, then you got labor and everything. It's a bummer for everyone. So many people, so much damage done to the cars last night especially, but now we'll see what happens with today. Marshall, thanks as always.
So many of us have replaced roofs and everything else when hail hits in Colorado. So Lauren Robinson, meteorologist Lauren Robinson's also out there chasing a little bit. You were heading towards DIA last time we talked, but I don't know where you are now.
Well, we're on E470 north now. We've passed DIA. We're now north of DIA. We're making our way toward I-76. We're going to head out towards the northern plains and continue to chase this storm a bit. Right now we're continuing to just see more raindrops as we make our way toward the storm. We've had our route fall just west of the storm through most of the evening, so we're going to cut it off a bit as we make our way toward I-76 and the storm continues its way north and northeast, and we're going to meet it likely around Kinsburg and maybe even toward Fort Morgan as that storm continues to travel. We're essentially following it, but just to the west of the heavier stuff. So as you take a look out here right now, we do have those gloomy clouds. We have some raindrops. The heavier stuff is going to continue to be north and northeast a bit. Now I'm going to change my camera angle a little bit just so you can see more of the sky there, and you can see those heavy cloud cover. Not a whole lot of lightning strikes from this angle, but they are out there. We can see them on our radar. We've also had reports as we head closer toward the plains of maybe pea to even quarter size hail in some areas. We're going to make our way toward that as well. So as we continue along East 470 right now, just some raindrops and cloudy skies. But again, as we continue to move our way further east along I-76, that's where we're going to run into the heavier stuff, that stronger storm that already made its way past the eastern portions of Denver, eastern portions of Aurora, made its way past DIA. We're going to continue to track that. So I'm monitoring it on my little pocket radar on my phone, and as we continue to chase the storm, again, I think we're going to cut it off at I-76, and of course staying safe in the process. This is why I have my radar up, so we know where the heavier stuff is. We're going to be just north of where the existing tornado warning is. That expires in about 11 minutes, so we're going to move north of that, and we're just going to continue to follow this storm's trek and watch for the heavier elements of the storm, which are going to be the locally heavy downpours and the hail. So again, we haven't had too much of it. If you're going to be through Denver and mostly around the metro area or near downtown, not too much there. But if you're going to be heading east, that's where you're going to want to watch for this hail to continue with the stronger storm. It continues to make its way toward the northern plains. So we have a look out. Go ahead and take a look out of our front camera where you can even see where the heavier gloomy cloud is, and then maybe even some sunshine on the back end of that. So we're just getting onto I-76. We're going to make our way toward Keansburg and toward Fort Morgan, and we're going to look for the heavier stuff there. And again, if you're going to be in those areas, it's going to be mostly the northern plains, maybe even some northern portions of the Front Range, but mostly northern plains. That's where this stronger storm is going to continue to move in. We also have some storms pushing back a bit from the east, moving westward a bit, and I think all of these storms could collide as they make their way toward northern portions of the plains. So we're going to continue to monitor all of that as we move, and I continue to monitor our radar, my little pocket radar on my phone, nice handy meteorologist tool here. But our radar is indicating lots of hail. We've seen quarter-size hail reported. Let me see, what else do we have? Half-inch size hail reports, and then just some locally heavy downpours. We do again still have that tornado warning that's going to be between Bennett and Byers for the next 9 minutes, and several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So we're going to move just north of all of those warnings along I-76, and as this storm continues its track northward, that's where we're expecting to meet it, and we'll have bigger details in person on the ground of what this storm is seeing. So we're going to keep in touch with you guys. So far, again, just some rain and some cloudy skies along a lot of the interstate. But if you're making your way toward those northern plains, you really want to be careful over the next hour or so.
Thank you, Lauren. We know Corey Ruppenhagen mentioned that he saw the hail in Strasburg and felt it. The windshield felt it. Well, and so we have some pictures from Strasburg.
Yeah, let's go out to the CDOT cameras out there along I-70, and you can see a plow going by right there, clearing some of the road. Maybe of hail, a little tough to tell right there. You can see something falling, and there is hail on the side of the road, but since the plow is out, it is in all likelihood to move some of the hail off the road there. Again, that is the situation out along I-70 where it's pretty heavy right there, and people certainly taking it slower. Very different story from what Lauren was seeing. She actually had what didn't look to be too bad a day, but the story is different in Strasburg.
And this is Elbert County. That is probably, not being a meteorologist, that's a better sign of what they call those supercells, my guess is. And the way these two storms together have collided, and part of what they're concerned about, the right moisture in the air. Everything's set up. Everybody talked about that, our meteorology team, for the last 24 hours, that the perfect set of conditions were going to collide.
Yeah, those pictures, that's such a great dramatic view. You see that in Colorado, where that sudden compact weather just a couple of miles away, and you're in decent weather, but you can see it coming down in a very severe way. Of course, the airport tends to flow slowly when this sort of stuff happens, especially when it's right in their backyard. That's where Matt Jablow has been throughout the afternoon with an update on how things are running at DIA. Matt?
Tom, when first we spoke about an hour
Darn.
We lost Matt right when we got to him. We'll get that patched up and get right back to Matt for an update from the airport, where things, obviously the air traffic has been affected throughout the day, but the weather, has not been as bad, because we kept looking at how the storm was tracking, and it seemed like it ran east of DIA, sparing the airport the direct hit.
Right. He said there were some delays this morning and some ground stops, and then the wind rolled in, and that was the big thing that they were looking at. And now it sounds like things are not terrible. Planes are taking off and landing, according to Matt. He did see some taking off and landing, so we'll have to see where things stand as the evening goes on. But the rain, we're not finished from it. I mean, if you're following anything and listening to our meteorologists, the storms, as Danielle says, could go through 9 o'clock tonight. It's probably going to rain most of the day tomorrow. Yes, a lot of people planning to go to graduation in Boulder.
I was going to ask you about tomorrow. There was about almost 10,000
Get a poncho,
graduates,
I guess. But now we're going to get back to Matt. Let's see how things are going out there, Matt. Now we can hear you, we hope.
Kim, the audio problems were not weather-related. I can confirm that. I can also confirm that things have gotten better out here at the airport just in the last 20 minutes. I started telling Tom a few minutes ago that an hour ago when you guys first came to me, it had just started getting darker and windier. Then 20 minutes later, it started getting rainier. But just in the last 10 minutes or so, things have really cleared up here at the airport. Off to the northeast, however, as Danielle has been saying for a while now, it's really looking bad. We have seen several very impressive, dangerous-looking flashes of lightning. It looks like there's a lot of precipitation in that area, but at the airport itself right now, things really have cleared up quite significantly. However, the damage, the air traffic damage, I should say, caused by the weather is still pretty significant. The airport is still trying to catch up from the weather delays caused earlier in the day. When I last checked about 15 minutes ago, there were about 600 delays for the entire day here at the airport, and that number continues to accumulate, and about 120 cancellations. Despite that, flights have continued to come in and leave the airport all day long. There has been a ground delay for about the last 2 hours or so. The FAA implemented a ground delay about 2 hours ago, which means that for some incoming flights, there's about a 2.5 hour delay, but they are still taking off and landing. They have been all day long. A tip of the hat to some of the bravest people you'll ever know, the pilots of some of these commercial airliners who are continuing to fly amid these very bumpy conditions, shall we say. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, let's not hope they're too brave, like that it's safe.
They're trained, well trained and prepared. That is the thing, Colorado, you never know. I mean, the way the systems come in year round, but especially once we hit that spring and summer and sometimes even fall, these thunderstorms, it's a real challenge. You have wind shear and then you have, everything. This one they tell you, please keep your seatbelts on as we approach.
And the other rule of thumb you like to follow is fly in and out of Denver early.
Yeah, early. Late in the day is a very different story.
Things happen. Hey, we are approaching 5:30, and normally at 5:30, as you're seeing on the crawl right above my head, NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt would be coming your way. What we're going to do is continue with our weather coverage, and you can watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt at 5:30, but it'll be on our sister station, KTV Channel 20. And if you continue to read above my head, you'll
figure it out.
And if you can't read above my head, I'll explain to you later exactly what's going on here. But we're going to continue with our weather coverage right up until 6 o'clock. And Lester and the NBC Nightly News team will be available for you over at KTVD Channel 20.
Because so many of these threats the watches and warnings don't even end until 6 o'clock and might go on. Danielle, we want to get the latest from you.
Yes, exactly, you guys. We still have the tornado warning in place for about the next 5 minutes or so. We'll see if the National Weather Service extends that out around the Byers and Bennett area. Plus, we do have several more severe thunderstorm warnings in and around that area in Adams and Arapahoe counties. A lot of lightning, heavy rainfall coming through. I actually took off the radar because there's just so much going on. So I want you to have a good look at what's going on, the different polygons. If you live in these areas, you just want to make sure you're in your safe space. Again, that tornado warning for the next about 4 minutes in Adams and Arapahoe counties, right there around I-70 toward Byers. And then we have those severe thunderstorm warnings to the south and then also to the north and to the east, just edging into Morgan County and closer to Fort Morgan. All right, I put back on the radar so you can kind of see a good indication of what is coming your way. This line of severe thunderstorms has been moving to the north and to the east, anywhere between about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So a decent clip to it, but it also has been putting down 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter hail, causing some serious problems out there. And unfortunately, as these cells track into a warmer and wetter environment, that's just going to add fuel and continue to see the hail growth out there and the potential for some destructive storms to march right on through. Meteorologist Lauren Robinson was out there around I-76. They're heading out toward Keensburg and Fort Morgan, and that storm system, she's going to be able to intersect with that. It's heading directly into Wiggins and will be crossing I-76 within the next, I would say, 15 minutes time. This severe thunderstorm warning, we have seen some reports of ping pong ball size hail with an also 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, it's moving around 30 miles per hour to the north and to the east, just going to be crossing the I-76 corridor within the next 15 minutes time. So keep that in mind if you are going to be traveling out there, friends, family coming in, they're dealing with the thick of it. Again, as we zoom into the south side, this storm system just to the south of I-70, that cluster of showers and thunderstorms, all right, it looks like that severe thunderstorm warning perhaps has just since expired, with a tornado warning going for another couple more moments. These storms hopefully beginning to lose just a bit of momentum, at least the ones closer to the Denver area, but we'll zoom out and we still have the one positioned across far northeastern Colorado around Ray, where they have seen some pretty large hail, some really heavy downpours also within that cell. But again, the worst of it, at least around parts of the metro area, just going to be on the outskirts in Adams and Arapahoe County. I actually sliced that storm in half so you can get a good vantage point of just how towering it is. Wow, easily 30,000 feet, I should say, as far as the cloud tops go. An incredibly impressive storm that has the potential for some serious hail growth. Do you see that area in hot pink? And that's going to be the hail core on that south side, that south cell anyway. So we still are going to be watching for some huge hail to come out of this storm. We've been tracking it throughout the afternoon as these storms have been moving up to the north and to the east and crossing I-70, easily putting down an inch to 2 inches in diameter. And I can kind of pop on just to see, yeah, right now still indicating about an inch, inch and a half. That's a quarter to $half size hail. Certainly enough to cause some damage to the roof, to the siding, to your cars if they're out and about. So just make sure that you kind of tuck everything away for the time being, as we have a really stormy afternoon and evening on our hands, as the threat for seeing severe storms merge is not done yet. We have the tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. This includes folks all the way south toward Colorado Springs, up into the metro area, and then off to the northeastern plains. Easily, we have already seen huge hail out of this, incredibly gusty winds, even damaging possibly a few tornadoes. We have not had any reports that I have seen of tornadoes actually touching down on the ground, but certainly the potential out there, given the wind direction and just the twirl in the atmosphere, so to speak, to see a few of those pop down. It looks like meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, he has actually been holding steady. Oh, look at you're on the road. Okay, I like it. He's been monitoring this tornado warned cell right there around I-70, and it looks like he's catching a few raindrops on the windshield. However, no hail just yet anyway, but it looks like he's driving closer and closer into the storm, as you can kind of see those dark, ominous skies overhead. This is really going to be the name of the game for the next couple of hours, as all the weather chasers out there are tracking these storms off to the north, to the east, because they're going to be encountering a much more unstable environment, so to speak. A little bit more heat, a little bit more moisture, and that's going to allow these thunderstorms to keep going as they track across I-76. Again, we're nearing that 5:30 hour. Just as I said it, it does appear that the National Weather Service has since expired that tornado warning. However, we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings in place for parts of Adams and Morgan counties until 6 o'clock, you guys, for those storms that are still packing a good punch out there. But at least nice to see that tornado warning has been expired around the Byers and Bennett area.
Right. Thanks very much, Danielle. Of course, as we were talking about, 5:30, normally time for Lester Holt and NBC Nightly News. We've shuttled that over to Channel 20 today so we can continue with our weather coverage up until 6 o'clock. And just looking at the Twitter feed of some of our reporters, Kelly Reinke showing some pretty good hail in Strasburg, as we've been talking about as we looked at that CDOT camera from I-70. Katie Eastman's made her way out to Wiggins, so we're continuing to keep an eye on this weather.
A lot of communities right now are really feeling the hit of this storm now, whereas the southern area, south of the metro area, felt it around 3:30 this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break, come right back.
Reporting on throughout the afternoon, some rather healthy hailstones have been falling in some people's neighborhoods, certainly wreaking some damage, but looking for some interesting measurements as we talk about the difference between a ping pong ball size and $50 size, and of course the baseball size that really
so much in Douglas County initially, Albert County, Centennial Airport, Parker, Castle Rock, Strasburg now really seeing it. So these communities to the northeast are really feeling it and seeing it. But this also started, last night. We have some really good video to share, I believe. Hopefully we'll get to it. First, we're going to look at the satellite view of the storm itself. Look at this from CSU.
Yeah, you can see, well, that's America.
No, but...
And then the storm and all that force being driven, again, from the southwest to the northeast. But you can see why it is so heavy, what is happening in our area as it rolls right on through. I'm going to fall back on my meteorology background and tell you that's a poppin' right there.
That's poppin'. Rocking and rolling.
That's a poppin' view of the clouds.
It's something. Now we'll show you some other video, and this has touched so many people's hearts. This is from Boulder County Fairgrounds. This is a female osprey at the fairgrounds protecting her eggs through last night's storm. She was pounded by pea-sized hail, and she never left the nest the whole time. The eggs right now remain intact. So many people have been saying this is perfect timing prior to Mother's Day. This is what a mom does.
Well, I've photographed osprey. They are fierce hunters, and obviously they are fierce moms as well. Because those 3 eggs look to be in very good health.
And that had that pea-sized hail. I mean, goodness gracious.
Taking a beating, getting wet and cold up in the area or the nest there, and there you see those beautiful 3 eggs. So good luck to Mom, and thank you for letting us eavesdrop on your evening in the hail.
Yeah. Now, we're looking at all the pictures. We see so many pictures at this point coming from all over. We really appreciate it because every neighborhood has felt it differently. As we've been talking about the very size of the hail and the storms, and you've got a story, usually if you're in it or you're getting somewhere or you're just watching it out your window.
It really broadens our view of everything, too, that you share these videos, these pictures with us, so we appreciate it, and thank you very much for sending them. I was noticing that some of those hailstones actually look like osprey eggs.
They kind of do.
But they're not.
They're not.
Speaking of osprey being a fierce mom, our own fierce mom, Katie Eastman, has made her way out. I believe you're in the Wiggins area, Katie?
We're right in Wiggins. We drove here from Erie, and so most of our drive here, heading straight east, perfectly clear. It almost looked like there was a nice sunset in the distance with all the clouds covering it and the sun coming through. Now you can see that lightning, that storm. We're looking straight south from Wiggins. That storm is heading directly towards us. So we've gotten a beautiful show of lightning out here on the eastern plains. We're starting to hear that thunder. It's getting a little windier and a lot darker out here. So we are just now in a gas station parking lot, waiting to see what's about to roll in. Here way out east in Wiggins, Colorado. We're just at the intersection of 76 and 52 out here. And if you just keep watching our live shot, I think you'll just see a beautiful light show.
From Erie, one of those places that was so hard hit yesterday, a lot of Weld County, seeing some of those really heavy, fierce hailstones. Having been over there, I imagine that was quite a sight.
Oh yeah, we were in a neighborhood where like every other car had shattered windows from hail from the storm last night. So over there, they were just preparing their cars, covering them with tarps, excuse me, in hopes that they wouldn't get hit again. Luckily, it looks like they will be spared tonight.
They'll be spared by that, but
other people aren't as lucky.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, they'll probably be spared by the hail, but the rain will keep coming, so they still do need to cover any of those broken windows and spaces and hope that they don't get soaked on the inside, the cars that they can't move inside. That's when you really appreciate a garage.
Absolutely.
Not everybody has one. So.
Yes. Yes,
well,
it is. And a lot of people had put
keep an eye
storage in their garages.
Yeah.
On the light show there, Katie. Thanks again for giving us the update from out in Wiggins. Of course, Danielle Grant's been keeping an eye on all of it, using all of the technology back in the 9 News Weather Center to keep track of what has not only happened, what is happening, and what is going to happen. Danielle?
Here we go, you guys. That cell is just knocking on their front door up there in Wiggins, right there around I-76, heading out toward Fort Morgan. They are not only seeing a light show, but they have that severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 6 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it extended out into further Morgan County. That, again, is where we're going to deal with the largest hail. I want to put back on, of course my computer is stalling out, there we go, the radar, so you can get a good idea of what to expect. The tornado warnings have since expired. The only severe thunderstorm warnings that we have are currently right there within this cell that is now north of I-70 and still sitting south of I-76. I did put on the lightning so you can get a good idea of what's going on in that fashion, and we've been looking at easily 300, 400 strikes in the past 15 minutes alone. So the light show within this storm, incredibly impressive. This is going to be in effect, like I said, for about the next 20 minutes time, but as these storms just continue to move to the north and to the east, they'll encounter more unstable air and continue their march on, dropping huge hail. Right now, we've been monitoring the hail tracks. It looks like most of them, the worst of it anyway, still impacting folks in Adams County, where we've seen anywhere between about 1 to 2 inch in diameter. It doesn't look like it's caught up quite yet, just to the south of I-76. But this really is going to be the area I'm watching out for the next couple of hours anyway, as these cells just shift off to the northeastern plains. I'll zoom out so you can get a good vantage point. If you're joining us from southern Colorado, you're saying, hey, what about us? You guys are seeing incredibly heavy rainfall and quite the light show, but so far nothing has been severe, just some really nice beneficial rain. Might find a bit of flooding down there, but again, nothing severe at the moment. The other cell that we are watching is further off to the eastern plains near Ray, where these cells have been somewhat stationary. It looks like Holyoke, folks out there looking at that polygon of a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Phillips and Sedgwick counties until 6:30 now. They've had some reports actually of golf ball sized hail out there, as this kind of cluster of storms is just sitting stationary out there. We'll zoom back out and you can still see some moisture streaming in the southern suburbs out there around Monument Hill, racing closer toward Castle Rock. It just looks like some steady rain for now. Fingers crossed it stays that way. Here across downtown Denver, we've just been looking at light rain, kind of slowing folks down, but you look off to the east and that's where the real action is. That's where the light show is. Off to the west, that's where the snowfall is. That's where we have seen steady snowfall beginning to come through, and it will continue overnight into tomorrow. They actually have a winter weather advisory in place. Areas above 10,000 feet for our northern and central mountains could be, looking at 5 to 10 inches of snowfall coming through by late Thursday night. The storm system is pretty much giving us a good dose of absolutely everything. I want to throw on the lightning tracker just within kind of this quadrant, so to speak. Yep, there it is. More than 400 strikes within the past. This calculates it the past 15 minutes time. And again, the majority of these lightning strikes positioned over Morgan and Arapahoe, Adams counties. Whew, what a day, what an afternoon, as we've been monitoring these storms primarily impacting the metro area. Statewide anyway, we've been looking at rain, but nothing compared to what the metro area has had to deal with, guys, in the past couple of hours. That tornado watch still going to play out for the next about 4 hours till 9 p.m.
Gosh.
Boy, it looks like all the lightning in the world is on the eastern plains right now.
Yeah.
That is so many strikes.
And that watch scares you more, I think, once it gets dark.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
what you can't see that is the most terrifying thing.
If it's going to the ground or not, or if it's just cloud to cloud, absolutely. Last night was quite the show, too.
Plenty of it. All right, thanks. We'll check back with you, Danielle. Right now, we want to tell you a little bit more about what's happening in Strasburg. And there you can see many emergency vehicles there because there is flooding due to all of this hail. Our Kelly Renke has made her way out there and sending in these images. Give you a pretty good idea of the mess that is out on the eastern plains already. Some areas catching a lot of hail, some not so much, but Strasburg is definitely seeing it.
Yeah, they are. And we want to check in with our Marshall Zellinger again. He is near Byers, and we know it's coming your way, Marshall. What have you seen as you've been progressing on I-70?
Well, I guess we just leapfrogged where Kelly was, because at the Strasburg off-ramp on I-70, just maybe 2 or 3 miles behind us now, we saw all the hail that dumped on town. And you could see it on the highway. You saw CDOT snowplows. Now where we are between Strasburg and we're about 3 miles from Byers right now, it's just back to rain again. It is amazing. This storm knows, oh, populated area, let's hit it with hail. Anything else? Nah, not interested. Like, it was literally, we only see hail so far where there's population. I'm looking around where we are now. I'm seeing, like, really wet and kind of flooded fields. I'm not seeing the same kind of hail we just saw in Strasburg. I know the storm just came through Byers, and as we're minutes away from seeing what that looks like in Byers, now it's starting to get a little, I don't know if you can see, I'm going to turn this camera if you're still on ours. It's going to be a little hard. On the right here, I think these fields are, yep, there's hail. Now I can see hail on the shoulder of the road. So that must indicate we're approaching a populated area based on what I've seen from this storm so far. So small amounts of hail, not the most major that we've been talking about, like what Corey saw with the tennis ball size. As we're driving by, it looks small, pea-sized hail. We're 1 mile from Byers right now, but once we get there, and maybe we'll still be talking by then, it's probably not going to look as bad as what we saw in Strasburg or just as bad as what we saw from Strasburg.
Marshall, you are granting the storm sentence, and you're saying that, like, as a storm psychologist, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel as a storm to do that?
I mean, you know, as we've driven through mostly not populated areas, I'm like, this is our tornado alley. This is where the tornadoes end up, and they don't hit the very populated areas. But now, as we're driving through the town after town, Watkins, Bennett, Strasburg, now about to be Byers, I'm seeing that's where the storm has decided to say, oh, this is where the people are today. This is where I want to be seen. So,
and now we're seeing that on the side of the road. You're really seeing the hail.
Yeah, certainly much wetter roads, much more hail. Marshall, we will be checking back with you if there's more going on in Byers. Well, there usually is something going on in Byers.
That is the strangest thing I've ever heard about a storm.
Well, it was Marshall. So you get that
you know,
sometimes.
and he digs. He's always digging for the little details and things, usually at the legislature. But now, storm chasing.
Storm psychology. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
That is crazy. He is so right. It's like it was like fine, and then boom.
I don't know if he's right.
Robinson, she's out near Wiggins, we're told. You're heading towards Fort Morgan, but you're seeing the storm.
That's right. We're about to crash right into the storm. We're on I-76. We're making our toward Fort Morgan, toward the Nebraska Panhandle, and we're just north of the storm right now, just north of the severe thunderstorm warning that's around the Fort Morgan area. So as that storm continues its trek northward, it's going to cross right in our path along I-76. Let's go ahead and take a look outside at what we're dealing with. We're starting to see more lightning strikes, heavier rainfall. We haven't run into any hail just yet, but this is the same storm that did produce quarter-size hail reports about an hour ago. About 30 minutes ago, we got pea-size hail reports. So this storm certainly has the capability of producing hail. Right now we're just seeing the heavier rainfall, the lightning strikes, and we are going to also wait for the storm to be pretty strong because we're following one storm cell that is pushing its way through the Fort Morgan area, but there are also other storms. There are also other severe thunderstorm warnings further east along the plains because several storm cells will all collide across the same areas, and it does look like we did just get another tornado warning. That's going to be just southeast of Fort Morgan, just east of the existing severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to continue to watch for more tornado activity. This is going to be just south of I-76, but as you can see right now, we do have the locally heavy rainfall. We have the lightning. We have the heavier cloud cover, and the direction that our camera is pointed, just kind of to the right of our vehicle, just to the right of the highway here, that's where we're going to expect the heavier stuff right now. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. That's also where we have the tornado warning. Oh, you can see lots of lightning starting to pop up in this area. So this is where we're going to see this storm really pick up, especially as it combines with a couple other storm cells, and it'll all really collide together and just collide its energy over the northern plains as you make your way toward the Nebraska Panhandle. So we're going to continue to follow this storm and follow I-76, of course, where it's safe, but where we can also show you what's happening in this area as the storm starts to push its way. Now, it's still just south of I-76, just to the right of where we are, but it will cross our path in front of us, going from the right of your screen to the left of your screen. And with that, we're going to see those locally heavy downpours, more lightning, the possibility of hail, and some stronger winds. We're in a higher profile vehicle than most vehicles on the road, but the winds have been whipping us around a little bit as we've been driving, especially traveling in this mostly west to east direction. We're going to continue to feel those winds pick up, and as you can see on the screen here, several lightning bolts just continuing as we get closer and closer to the heart of this storm. Again, we're on I-76 right now. We're in Wiggins. We're continuing our path toward Fort Morgan, and then from there near the Iliff area where we're going to see this storm really pick up. So along this path, that's where, again, we do have a tornado warning. It's going to be just south of I-76, south of Hill Rose, south of Brush, well, just southeast of Brush. So we're going to continue to watch for that for the next 23 minutes or so. And again, in this view here, it's just going to get gloomier. We're going to continue to see heavier downpours, lots of lightning, and the possibility of some hail. So we're going to continue to follow this storm. Again, I-76, you'll want to check back in with us here in a little bit, as I'm sure conditions will deteriorate as the storm continues to pass through.
All right, Lauren, thanks very much. That area certainly has the attention of Danielle Grant. She's been talking about Fort Morgan and Morgan County with some of the warnings there.
Yeah, and we just got a new tornado warning right there around I-76, just to the south, kind of where Lauren is heading. So folks out there, if you have friends, family coming in, make sure that they are staying safe and weather aware, because this tornado warning is out until 6:15. So we still have another about 25 minutes to go. The cell that you see is just to the south of Fort Morgan in Hill Rose, but it is tracking to the north. It's moving relatively fast, about 30 miles per hour. So it looks to be crossing I-76, I would say, within about the next 30 minutes time. We have only seen radar indication as far as the rotation of this cell, have not had any confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground, but best to prepare now. We have a $50 size hail also as a part of this situation that we're watching. Hail in and around the Fort Morgan area, I should say, up there in Morgan East. Morgan East. Okay.
East, yes.
We're just getting all kinds of reports in here of hail about 2.5 inches or so in diameter. So pretty impressive as this storm continues to move in. Now, just to the south and to the west, that is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to continue until 6 o'clock too. Adams and Morgan counties, see that area in blue? That's going to be the bullseye for hail within that cell, and that's why I would not be surprised that we are looking at potentially baseball-sized hail out there. Like Lauren was saying, it's quite the light show too. Just throw on the lightning tracker, more than 450 strikes within this area. Plus, we're slicing the storm system, and you can see just how powerful it is. We're tracking the top of the clouds, upwards of 30,000 feet. There's a lot of energy, there's a lot of moisture within these storms, and hence the reason they're just continuing to march off to the northeastern plains with the same vigor that we saw as they originated in Douglas County earlier this afternoon. This is a quick look at the hail tracks, kind of what we have seen, especially out there in Morgan County. Easily would not be surprised right there on the south side of the border, anywhere between 2 to 3 inches in diameter. Guys, this is just kind of a taste of what's to come as that cell moves across I-76 within the next 15 to 30 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those nights again, Danielle. Thanks for keeping us up to date. As you have seen, we've continued with our weather coverage up until 6 o'clock here, while Lester Holton, NBC Nightly News, has been going on over on Channel 20. But Kyle Clark is coming up next, at the top of the hour. I want to remind you, though, that you need to keep track of the weather, especially if you're out on the Eastern Plains today. And you can do it through the networks of 9 News. We'll have continuing coverage throughout the evening, as well as at 9news.com and on the 9 News app. And then it's 56.
All hail Douglas County. Dougco got painted with golf ball-sized hail this afternoon. Some severe storms that sure wanted to make a tornado. They swept across the south end of the metro area. Jeffco and Arapahoe County got it good too. Might have missed out on our May snow this year, but Centennial was still winter white. This is near Smoky Hill in Piccadilly. On what could have been Denver's nastiest day for storms in years, we got a bit of that business. Not the extensive damage that could have been. Meteorologist Danielle Grant's tracking the severe weather threat now as it blows out east and northward.
Kyle, we just got our first confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This is in and around parts of Morgan County, and the tornado warning is going to continue until 6:15 tonight, Morgan and Washington counties. Do you kind of see that hook, the area in blue? That's where we're looking at possible rotation, but I do have confirmation from spotters out there, weather spotters on the ground, that they have seen a tornado touch down. This all is south of I-76, where it does look to be perhaps even rain wrapped. There's so much rain, there is so much lightning, as well as huge hail that's coming through within this cell. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just off to the west too for that secondary cell that is south of I-76 approaching Fort Morgan. These storms are tracking to the north and to the east and will still be impacting folks for the next couple of hours. In fact, most of eastern Colorado under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. And it's not just that area that's dealing with tornadoes, as well as severe thunderstorms and a whole lot of lightning. I just threw on the lightning tracker. More than 750 strikes. You can see the polygons off to the northeastern plains in yellow, indicating that they too are looking at huge hail. That really has been the dominant threat. We've been monitoring these storms cruising in from Douglas County about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and they continue to charge off to the north and to the east, dropping upwards of baseball-sized hail. Had some confirmation in and around Morgan County, just to the south of I-76, of seeing hail that large. Unfortunately, the threat is going to continue for us throughout the rest of this evening. Like I mentioned, that tornado watch in place until 9 o'clock tonight. We're not out of the woods just yet. The Denver metro area remaining relatively unscathed, as most of the action is east of the I-25 corridor. However, heavy rain still coming across Douglas County through Castle Rock up into northern Colorado too. It's rain for now, but Kyle, I am going to be keeping a close eye because, as we have seen throughout the afternoon, things can change rapidly, and we'll be looking at possibly large hail and those really damaging gusty winds, and of course the light show too that's happening.
That is as much lightning as I have ever seen on your statewide map. That is pretty wild, Danielle. Thank you. People have been taking cover anywhere they can out in Strasburg, east out on the Adams-Arapahoe line. Our Kelly Rinke's with the folks who dodged a pretty good hailstorm there.
Oh, Kyle, things were popping here in Strasburg, so much so that we had about 20 cars that were underneath this gas station just to protect themselves. Let's give you a look. This is not snow, this is all hail. So much of it here in this area that we've actually been seeing snow plows coming through to clear some of these streets. People were telling me when they were taking cover underneath this gas station, sometimes for, almost more than 40 minutes, they were saying that the hail was so big that it was, it doesn't look that big right now, but they were saying at some point they were seeing golf ball sized hail. There was a gentleman that said that he had just picked up his car from the mechanic down the street, decided to drive home in the storm, and unfortunately he was hit with 2 large hail balls, and it cracked his windshield. So he's like, oh shoot, I just picked it up from the mechanic and now I'm gonna have to take it back, probably thousands of dollars worth of damage. It's all clear now because the storm has started to calm down, but Kyle, again, people were camping out here for almost an hour to stay away from the storm that was rolling through.
That has just been the story today from Roxborough Park up through the Highlands Ranch area on into Centennial, parts of Aurora, and now out your way in Strasburg and Byers. And away it goes toward Morgan County and Wiggins. Kelly Rinke, thank you. Did your phone get the Amber Alert style message this afternoon, the one that told you to take shelter, possible tornado coming through? Years worth of reporting on that weather alert system tells us not everybody who needed the message got one, and not everyone who got the message was supposed to have received it. When the National Weather Service detects a tornado warning, they automatically send out what's called a WEA, or Wireless Emergency Alert. It's supposed to hit all cell phones in a certain area. Newer phones, pretty good at knowing when you're in the affected area, but phones older than 3 years or so, not so hot at it. Today we heard from people who said that they did not get the message about the tornado warning, but somebody else in their same house with an older phone did get it. We're going to continue to sort that out. Colorado's leaders are asking the Biden administration for help with migrants. The Biden administration kind of has its hands full. Title 42, the pandemic-era policy
Okay.
but also from the damaging hail. Everywhere in blue within these storm cells, that is the hail. And you can see just a huge swath right there, the west side of Fort Morgan along I-76. And unfortunately, the hail really has been the biggest story for us over the past couple of hours as we've been watching these storms moving in around Adams and Arapahoe County and then further moving upwards into Morgan County. Just by looking at the coloring contours, we're talking about 1.5 to 2.5 inches in diameter. Easily golf ball, ping pong ball, baseball sized hail pushing through. And right now it looks like brush getting the thick of it as far as the severe storms go. We'll put back the radar, and right now around I-76, that's where we're going to find some heavy rain too coming through with the potential for that tornado to cross the interstate. Potentially rain wrapped, hard to see, dark clouds out there. So you have friends, family that are traveling I-76 tonight, maybe just let them know, hey, can you hang tight for a minute up there around Sterling as the storm system crosses the interstate. Again, we're going to be watching this tornado warning going for about the next 25 minutes until 6:45, keeping a close eye on it. But as we saw in that video, it does look like it's mainly farmland out there. Hopefully, we're not seeing any sort of damage as far as structures are concerned. But the worst of this cell positioned in Morgan and parts of Washington counties right there around I-76, Fort Morgan to Akron. However, it does look like this cell that's cooking just to the south of Akron could potentially be bringing up some large hail right there around Highway 34. They are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see how long that's going to last for them. It looks like 6:45 as well. Reports of $half size hail, and as that cell crosses Highway 34, it's going to be a bit messy. Of course, folks in Akron just want to make sure you're indoors and into your safe space. Again, Kyle, we have that tornado warning continuing for Morgan, Washington counties until 6:45. We saw the video, tornado on the ground. Good news is it's mainly farmland out there. However, as it inches closer to I-76, I get a little more nervous.
Sure, and you know, not anybody's first rodeo out there. You know, folks who are very weather aware and understand the protocol when severe weather strikes. This is a live picture from Corey Reppenhagen and his vehicle as Corey and photojournalist Corky Scholl head in the direction of that storm along I-76. They were in the Byers area, and they are now headed out. They're behind that storm by a bit. Don't have a view through the rain, but they are headed in that direction. And Danielle, we are watching throughout the day this set of storms that had the potential to put a tornado on the ground. Even southwest of Roxborough Park there in far southern Jeffco, in far southern or southwest Dougco. Yep. And then finally our first confirmed report clear out in Morgan into Washington County.
Yep, exactly. And we started to see that tornado warning, Kyle, about 2:15, 2:30, which is fairly rare, especially for areas above 8,000 feet to have a tornado warning. Just with the terrain, it's tough to get that kind of rotation out there. But here in Colorado, as you know, we're all seasoned. We know what to expect, and that's just about anything, especially throughout the month of May as we kick off severe weather season. Storms are beginning to form yet again right there in that same vicinity towards southern Jeffco into Douglas County. So I'm keeping a close eye on those just to see if they potentially intensify a bit and we get another round of hail and potentially the threat for seeing tornadoes. Right now, it does look like most of the action has now shifted far east of the urban corridor. So folks hopefully taking a brief break because a lot of us dealing with the incredibly devastating hailstorms last night, late last night, 10:30, 11, midnight. We were looking at baseball-sized hail coming across Erie through Longmont over to Greeley. Was an absolute mess. Luckily, they've had a break today from the severe weather, but now all eyes are on the eastern plains where we have severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings in place. These are going to continue as this wall of thunderstorms marches to the north and to the east. This again straight from meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen. They've been out on the roads tracking multiple different cells out there, but now looks like just the windshield getting smacked with rain out there, lightning in the distance. I don't see much in the way of hail, at least kind of accumulating on the side of the road or anything, but I'm sure he's getting close to it because this storm system has had a history of dropping anywhere between ping pong to golf ball size hail. and that is going to be the case as it moves across the I-76 corridor. Everywhere around between Fort Morgan up to Hillrose, cannot say that for the life of me, Hillrose, have a good shot at seeing some really damaging and devastating hail. If you have the car out, throw it in the garage if you can. You know the drill, but again, that tornado warning until 6:45. It looks like perhaps it's gaining a bit more momentum, Kyle, as it's inching a little closer to Hillrose. So head indoors, head to the basement, and rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah, National Weather Service was saying something like about 300 people are in the path of that, spotter-confirmed tornado there that's crossed the line from Morgan into Washington County. Danielle, are you good if we take a quick break and maybe come back with our Wednesday tradition, do word of thanks here and get another update on the storm? You cool with that?
I am A-OK with word of thanks.
Okay.
Let's bring something happier to the show.
All right, let's do that. It has indeed been a long afternoon watching these storms, measuring the hail in inches and in damage done, and we're going to stay with you until at least 6:45 covering these storms. And as I mentioned, with Colorado's animal shelters overflowing, our Word of Thanks campaign is helping the good people who are keeping families together with their pets. They actually have a special focus out on the Eastern Plains. How about that? We'll be right back.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Kyle, we had seen all the ingredients pretty much coming into play. No tornadoes until really just about 30 minutes ago when we had that confirmation around Morgan and Washington counties. We still have the tornado warning in play for the next 15 minutes time. This area has kind of converged, so to speak. You can see the thunderstorms that were more isolated are now meshing together from Fort Morgan northward off to Akron, Yuma. It's becoming one line of massive just power. We're going to be tracking heavy hail with this one and the potential for some rotation. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen has been out in and around Brush where we have been seeing just so much heavy rainfall. He's been getting smacked with hail out there too, and that really is going to be the case for the next about 15 minutes as the storm system just starts to roll to the north of I-76. The worst of this storm system, I should say. Everywhere in blue going to be the hail out there. And again, we have seen some reports of anywhere between about ping pong ball size hail, golf ball size, baseball size in some areas. And that can do some serious damage out there. Again, that's where we have the tornado warning in place. We'll zoom out, take all of the radar and the precipitation off so you can get a good idea of the watches and the warnings that are current as we speak. Again, we have 2 of the tornado warnings just to the east of Fort Morgan and north of Brush until 6:45, and then more so this cell that's just to the west of Akron until 6:45 too. Now, as we get closer to 6:45, I would not be surprised if we see this extended out northward as it moves over I-76, because we still have a lot of power within these storms. And so folks out there, once we get into more rural areas, still will be tracking the potential for seeing some tornadic activity. The heaviest rain around Fort Morgan, stretching over to Akron. And actually, we don't have the lightning on. Whew, there we go. Just threw the lightning tracker on, and it has been an absolute show out there. I'll throw on the tracker so you can see just how many, I haven't seen that all day long. I mean, it's just getting more and more powerful out there. More than 1,600 lightning strikes just within that zone alone, and the majority of those in between Fort Morgan, Akron, and Yuma. Incredibly impressive, just the power of Mother Nature as we continue to see these storms marching off to the north and to the east. I do want to bring it back to parts of the metro area, because I don't, we're focused all on the severe action happening right now, but I can't forget to see what's going on back behind it and the potential for seeing more of these severe thunderstorms popping up. For now, we are still monitoring some really heavy rainfall around Evergreen and Conifer and the foothills. That will be sliding across the southern metro area within the next 30 minutes time. We'll see if we can get any more juice out of these storms, so to speak, and potentially see more heavy rain and potentially some hail too. I want to take you out to a bit more video that we've been able to get from folks on Twitter that are really helping to paint the weather story for us. This is was taken just to the south and to the west of Akron. You can see that ominous thunderstorm. You can just see the power of it. It has a bit of a swirl to it too. As you look right out there in the distance, you can kind of see the rotation in it. And we also have some video, I believe, out of Fort Morgan that some of our weather spotters have been so kind to send us our way. That easily showing the tornado on the ground. This shot a bit further in the distance. You can see the lightning also accompanying these storms. But like I was mentioning, about 300 people within that tornado warned area. And right now it looks like the majority of it, a lot of farmland out there. It looks like meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, he has been traveling through Brush. You can kind of hear the rain smacking on the windshield. It looks dark, it looks ominous out there, but they're marching into the storm like C-Rep only knows how to do. He always has a good time within these crazy thunderstorms, finding the worst of it, so to speak. Always in a safe location, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we do kind of get back in touch with him and see potentially some of the hail damage that this storm system has done to some of these farmers' fields out there. For now, it just looks like heavy rain is what he's encountering, but certainly we know the potential for hail is out there. A couple of lightning strikes certainly out in the distance too. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, he is always our eyes out there on the eastern plains on a day like today when everything is possible. Maybe I'm seeing a little bit of hail on the right side. I can't really tell. I'm squinting. It has been an afternoon, and we'll continue to watch these thunderstorms, Kyle, as they track off to the northeastern corner of the state and then eventually into Nebraska and Wyoming.
Danielle, questions for you. Based on that first image that we saw, that tornado there outside of Fort Morgan, looked to be like a rope tornado or a cone tornado, which, I mean, obviously you don't want to mess with any tornado. Folks need to get to shelter if they're in the path of that warned storm, but not the most destructive type of storm that we would ever see.
I mean, EF01 possibly, and it just, again, considering where it's at right now and across the northeastern plains, hopefully minimal damage, but still a powerful one to say the least. It has been so quiet the past couple of years. We haven't seen a scenario like this in the past 5 years' time, all the ingredients in place across the Front Range of the Denver metro area, and now finally we are looking at severe thunderstorms and tornadoes making their move across the northeastern plains, and this is kind of going to be the story we're telling for the next couple more hours.
Yeah. All right, Danielle, thank you. No FOMO for Lauren Robinson, meteorologist today, because one, she's in Fort Morgan, and two, no fear of missing out because she was right in the thick of the action as things heated up. And Lauren, you started your day in the metro area, and like the storms, you kind of took the train out to the northeast.
And that's exactly right. We're on I-76 now. When we were in Fort Morgan, we were in the brunt of it. We got some brutally heavy downpours. We saw some hail, strong winds. Now, of course, we are in a higher profile vehicle, so it did whip our car around a little bit. But let's go ahead and take a look outside because we're still on I-76, but now we're making our way through the Hill Rose area, which is dead center in the middle of 3 tornado warnings. So this is a look outside right now where we do have locally heavy downpours. We do even have some hail. Sometimes you can see it bouncing off the hood of the car a little bit, but we do have those gloomy skies. We've seen lots of lightning strikes, and again, we're in the middle of a couple of different tornado warnings as we drive through Hill Rose. You can even see that lightning there still in the distance. Now, as we take a look at some of the storm that pushed through Fort Morgan that we're kind of following along I-76, we got some hail reports there, half an inch in diameter. So larger hail was reported in Fort Morgan, but this system is really continuing its way along I-76 right toward the Nebraska Panhandle, right along our route here. So of course, again, you can see that heavy downpour, the heavy rain, the hail, the strong winds, and you want to continue to watch for that through this area through the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Lauren. Updated tornado warning on that storm now includes the town of Marino, so that's about 2,000 people right along I-76 there, and they're calling that a radar-indicated tornado, so that may just indicate that they no longer have spotter eyes on that storm that's tracking, as Lauren is, out to the northeast along I-76. Our storm coverage, and next, continue in just a moment. This thing is going to exit Colorado altogether, but not without forcing the fine folks of Merino to take cover.
Exactly right. Akron too, as well as Hill Rose and Sterling. We just have a couple more tornado warnings in place. We just cannot stop this threat. As we look out there on the radar, you'll notice the one bullseye across Akron. That tornado warning is now going to be in effect until 7:15 tonight. We have several more right there across the I-76 corridor in parts of Washington County, Morgan County until 6:45. So these hopefully will be winding down. Right now we've just seen radar indicated rotation. It just appears that we could have some rotation, twirl in the atmosphere. However, we have not had any spotters confirm anything on the ground. Also, this tornado warning for the next about 15 minutes time in Logan and Morgan counties, just barely impacting folks around Sterling. I'll show you the radar because it has been quite active for us. This is without the lightning strikes. You can just see the heavy rains coming through, as well as the areas in blue that indicates hail. We have seen reports of anywhere between golf ball, tennis ball size hail within these storms. Those are going to be the biggest threats as we go throughout the night. This cell is now really become one, is going to continue to move slowly off to the north and to the east. So just beware if you're traveling I-76, it's going to be a mess. Now I put on the lightning, Kyle, and you can see it is just a light show, to say the least, across the northeastern corner of our state. Back here in the metro area, we'll be monitoring some patchy areas of fog, as well as some heavy downpours also coming through, all limiting visibility out there. Really, if you don't have to be outside tonight, you don't have to be on the roads, just don't do it. As we look ahead toward tomorrow, we won't see quite the wild day of weather, but we will see more rain, more beneficial rain coming our way, less lightning, less severe storms. And look up in the mountains. If you're looking for a powder day, can I invite you to Colorado's high country, where they could see 5 to 10 inches of snowfall by tomorrow afternoon. Just wild stuff, Kyle, as we continue to monitor these storms tonight. I will be on Twitter and, of course, on 9 News at 9 and 10 o'clock.
Wow, absolutely. Well, Danielle Grant, fantastic work today. She will be back on if events warrant. Stay safe. See you next time.